Good morning, welcome back to Elden Ring. Let's get this show on the road. I hope you're having a great morning, day, or evening, wherever you are. And we'll try and see what, or where, rather, we'll continue the game. There is apparently quite a lot left to do. And so I didn't really get spoiled on anything, though I did watch. I don't know if you're interested in the game, maybe you've noticed that Joseph Anderson actually released a video on Elden Ring talking about what it does good and obviously its flaws, and it does feel good, not gonna lie, to see some of my complaints sort of echoed in that video, and also argued very well. And I do agree with most of it. I didn't really watch the video, obviously. I didn't want to get spoiled, though a couple of references in there, I guess. Well, I didn't get spoiled on anything. It's just that I definitely know that the game, that I'm only about, I don't know, halfway finished or something. Which is interesting. I honestly don't know where that other half is supposed to come from, because I'm already almost at 150 hours played in this game. So clearly there's still a lot left to go, and that's really, really cool, and I'm really looking forward to it. The sheer amount of stuff in this game is really something that I just did not expect to be here, to be quite honest. And that's really, really special, I feel like. But that being said, yeah, I thought it was interesting that my complaints in a lot of ways were definitely echoed, and it's a bit unfortunate that a game that is this good and has this much to go for it also has very bad things in it as well, right? And it's definitely, interestingly enough, very similar to Breath of the Wild in that way, where it's also, you know, good and really bad stuff that is here. So that's a bit unfortunate, and I do sometimes wonder how these kinds of things happen, right? Because something that I definitely agreed with in the video as well is that it almost feels like had they just cut some stuff from Elden Ring, the game would have been better for it. And that's a very interesting... That's also... It's definitely an indication of a developer who really, really tried and did their best, right? Well, not necessarily, well, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't actually fit that well together, now that I think about it. Never mind that, but clearly FromSoft did in this case, right? And they just crammed a bunch of stuff into this game, but at the same time, went a little overboard here and there, I feel like. And we'll see going forward, I guess, if, you know, what kind of other things that we see that maybe are even better than what I've already seen, or are worse, or sort of display other problems with the game as well. So far, I mean, I really, really like Elden Ring. It's really, really good, but yeah, it just has a couple of problems here and there, and it's just unfortunate because it almost feels as if those problems are unnecessary, because they literally could have worked on this game less and the game would have been better for it, which is a very, very weird sentiment and idea, I guess. But all right, let's get into it. I don't want to dwell too long on possibilities and things that just might have not been as good when I can just focus on the good stuff, right? So last time we were here, I checked out Celia, which is the city down here, which was quite fun. I thought that it was really interesting. The boss, not so much, because it was just, well, a dual fight again, in a way. And, by the way, did they like change the draw distance of certain things in one of the patches for the like performance mode on the PS5. Didn't really hear anything about that necessarily, but it does feel as if the draw distance is somewhat less than it was when the game launched, but maybe I'm just paying attention to it more at this point. Or maybe this is just an area where that's especially noticeable. But yeah, we did this entire area last time. And the tower as well. I was a bit, well, not necessarily stressed, but I definitely, ended the stream somewhat quickly compared to how I usually do it last time. So I just wanted to make sure that I didn't actually miss anything here, though I'm pretty sure I didn't. Thankfully, the enemies stay dead, all of them. But yeah, interestingly enough, I originally thought that this tower was sort of the end point to this entire area, but it's actually not. There was just sort of an optional item here. And I don't think you can actually jump up here. I mean, there isn't anything on the tower anyway, so it wouldn't necessarily be a big point. Why the fuck are you trying to attack me? Are you kidding me? Hey, yeah, I'm going. Leaving you guys alone to whatever you're doing here. Okay, but one thing that I also want to check, I don't know if I went onto the white hill at the end here. I don't know if there would even be an item up there. Interestingly enough, there wasn't that much here, to be completely honest. Just the big troll that is throwing the jars at you while you're walking down below. Huh. There is a bunch of messages here, but that's about it. Don't see an item. I really, really like... So the overall design of Caelid is pretty awesome, which is something that I didn't necessarily think I was going to say, because usually, areas with this kind of atmosphere usually aren't necessarily for me personally. I just, I do like having certain, let's say, dystopian atmospheres in games, or destroyed areas or something, right? If it's built up correctly and if it's really, really good, then obviously I like it. But, I would say that typically I'm more of a, things are well kind of guy. I don't, in terms of RPGs, let's say, I guess something like Skyrim would be a good example for it, or the Elder Scrolls series in general, where I personally mostly like the cities and stuff, right? The places where you can just talk to people and you're sort of safe, and, well, I mean, there's still obviously interesting quests and thieves and, well, I don't know, all kinds of people that want to kill you as well, most likely, but it's just the sort of the more relaxed atmosphere of a place usually is where I'm sort of drawn to. But I must say that Caelid in a lot of ways is built up very, very well. And one of the biggest reasons for that, in my opinion, or rather, not necessarily my opinion, but for me personally, right, from my sort of subjective viewpoint, one of the reasons, or one of the things that I like most about Caelid specifically, is that you can see most of it from a lot of vantage points, right? So the way the entire area is built up means that, especially when you enter it, right, over there, when you go into it first, you're sort of on like a hill, and you can look down into the area and see what what you can expect mostly, right? And they do that a bunch of times through the area where you can see the castle from a distance, right? And points like these where you can see, say, Celia. But then, so it's this nice change of pace between being, for example, in Celia, right, where it's a bit more mysterious. I think they also introduce a bit more fog to make it look a bit more magical. And then you could be in the Rotten Lake, where there's also like a bunch of things going on, right? There is this big ravine that leads to the Colosseum that also obscures your view. But they have this nice change of pace where sometimes you're more confined, but then they also introduce these big open moments that allow you to see the environment a lot better. And I think that's actually a very, very interesting and well-designed point about this area specifically that I like very much because at least for me personally, it actually enhances the atmosphere, right? The fact that I can overlook the entire area and see just how rotten and destroyed and dystopian it is makes this place look really, really cool. And, well, it's okay that Limgrave is a bit more bland in comparison because obviously it's the starting area, so it doesn't really need that much more. And then also it breaks it up in a couple of ways. I mean, Stormvale Castle being really stormy actually is a nice change of pace. And then the Weeping Peninsula where it mostly rains, right? So there's definitely also different kinds of effects and atmospheres that are going on in and around Limgrave as well. But yeah, just wanted to say that the entire atmosphere and the way that they've built up Caelid is really, really cool. I really like it. The only complaint in terms of atmosphere that I actually have about Elden Ring, well, technically it's probably not the only complaint, but one thing that I've never really been a fan of in the FromSoft games in general, unfortunately, and I know that that's a very subjective thing as well, but for me, the music's never really been that great. Large part of it is, I think, because, especially here in Elden Ring, it doesn't change all that much, right? You mostly have the same music while you're traversing a specific area, right? Limgrave, Liurnia, Caelid. And since you are here for quite a while, especially if you want to clear out the entire place and look at everything, the music becomes pretty boring over time. I do think that the game needs a couple more music pieces. I would, for example, sometimes it does change. I think, for example, in the castle here and also in Stormvale, there's definitely changes in music, but it's never really that obvious, right? The way the music's built up, I feel like, well, it does sort of blend into the background, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? I mean, I much prefer this type of music over something that, is very noticeable. Because if it's noticeable and you don't like it, it can get very annoying, right? So it's not that the music is bad or anything. I just wish that it would, I don't know, I think the game needs a couple more really, really cool melodies. I think that's what's mostly missing in certain places. For example, I would like to have a Raya Lucaria theme, if you will, right? Something that only plays when you enter Renala's chambers or Ranni's chambers, right? Why is there not a Ranni theme that plays while you're there where the three towers are and where she is as well, right? And that's what I always liked about Zelda. And unfortunately, Breath of the Wild sells itself short on that as well. But when you think back to, let's say, Ocarina of Time, which is really one of the first big examples of almost an open world game, I would say, there is just so much music, right? So many great themes in those types of games. And even, I think Oblivion, Skyrim not so much, but Oblivion had a couple of really, really cool themes as well. And Oblivion, and the Elder Scrolls series as well, does tend to not have that much music in it as well. But the themes that are there are really, really good. And I know you know, there are definitely people who really, really enjoy, for example, Bloodborne's music as well. But, well, the boss fights, for boss fights, it's all right, but the boss fights can also be so frantic and they are challenging to a point where I feel like you can't even really pay that much attention to the music more often than not. And so I wish that just while traversing the world, there would be a couple more really, really cool themes, memorable themes as well. That would really enhance the atmosphere for me. I wish there would be a bit more with that as well. I don't know. I also felt that, for example, Limgrave would have sometimes benefited from having no music at all, right? The music in Limgrave has this very sort of obvious break between it when it ends and starts up again. And during that break, it's like a brief 10 seconds or something where you only sort of hear the sounds of nature. I felt like that was really cool as well, almost wishing that the music didn't come back all the time. So in terms of music adding to the atmosphere, I feel like they definitely could have done more things or different things. Though that's a very subjective complaint, I understand that. Okay, so one thing that I don't quite remember actually is if I already talked to the sorcerer at the entrance to Celia again, because this is sort of where I ended on, right? We talked to her.
You will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot.
Right, so she is, for some reason we killed her when she was invading us in the swamp, which made me, I'm still not entirely sure how these invasions are even supposed to work, right? Because obviously when you summon in somebody to help you in a boss fight, for example, an NPC in this case, then they can die, but they still exist as that NPC in this world. So somehow people can be in like a spirit form that isn't actually them, which is weird. And also, if that's the case, then why do NPCs only invade you once? Shouldn't they be able to invade you multiple times? Are they even dying, right? I feel like the game's really inconsistent with that. For example, Edgar, right? Edgar invaded me, apparently having become a cannibal, and for some reason wanted to take revenge on me for his daughter dying, even though I had really nothing to do with it, except for the fact that I maybe didn't really go back to her in time or something. But I mean, just by that logic, Edgar shouldn't be dead, right? If I killed her as an NPC invader, and then I killed Edgar as an NPC invader, shouldn't he still be alive somewhere as well? I wish the game would be a bit more consistent with that. That's really, really strange that they're doing this, right? And then, yeah, as I said, when you're summoning somebody for your help, they also can't die. And you can summon them multiple times as well, obviously. I wish they would have actually incorporated that into the lore of the game. I feel like it's mainly a gameplay element that has no significance on the lore whatsoever, or on the not even on the lore, but also on the story or certain quests. It's a bit unfortunate that they didn't do more with that. Okay, but now we found her. I think we need to get back to this guy to take a look at. He was right. We got the broken golden needle from this guy, the last commander or something that was left from when Malenia invaded this world, or this place rather. And we brought the needle over to the sage, and he said he could fix it. So let's see what's up with that. Let's see if he was capable of doing that. Somehow I don't really want to teleport, since I feel like... Well, obviously that respawns all the enemies here, but then again, I don't really care. It's a bit weird that the sage is so far away from sort of any site of grace. Also, I should actually be able to level. 40,385. Let's maybe do that first, to be honest. I didn't notice at the end of last stream that I was so close to leveling. Let's go back to the merchant and do that. There he is. Hello. Okay. What was it? 4385. 4385.
How nice of these.
Do I have like double things somewhere here? Yeah, these are double. These are double. I think at some point I definitely want to change up my gear. I know that this starting gear is really, really cool, but I want to change it up a little bit. Also, at this point in time, I wish that I would have only sold duplicates and not everything that I sold. I know that's... I don't know. It's a bit weird, since... You know, on the one hand, I wanted to keep my inventory a bit cleaner. On the other hand, I also kind of want to keep really, really cool stuff as well for a potential, like, New Game Plus playthrough or something. But then again, especially for a couple of weapons, so fucking many weapons exist in a lot of ways, right? That is really something. Also, apparently Moonveil is a very good weapon. Maybe you should try that at some point. Don't really have that much more duplicate stuff. I could sell one of these. Although, at this point, I'm not really that desperate for runes. Let's see. Maybe I could sell these. I'm not going to use them anyways. These as well, since I'm a magic user myself. I don't need stuff that I could potentially also just use by utilizing a spell or something. This is 3-8. I have 5 of these. Holy shit. Ah, right, because I killed those sirens, right? On top of the cliff. So this would get me to 40,000. That's a bit much. Let's see. I probably have, yeah. I have a bunch of stuff that I definitely don't need that much from. These as well. 300. What did I say? 385 or something, right? Is this exactly how much I need? Yes. Huh. That's nice. Okay, let's go back. Do one level and then... one more point in Vigor. So as I said last time, I want to get Vigor to 35 first, and then maybe take a look at a couple of armors that I would maybe like to wear that are looking really, really cool, and then think about how much possible endurance I would need in order to be able to use them. I don't know if that's a good idea, because I might end up having to level a bunch of endurance, which doesn't really benefit my build at all, I feel like. Well, except for the fact that I would have a higher defense with those armors, I guess, but... Honestly, I've never really felt in most FromSoft games that, actually increasing your armor stats is overall that beneficial compared to just increasing your stats altogether. So... That is yet another thing. I mean, well, that's, in and of itself, is a very big discussion point, because, and I've said this multiple times already as well, that I feel like, oh, you know what, this is probably a lot faster. Oh. Oh, well. I'm gonna teleport in a second here anyways. But yeah, I feel like the leveling system in Elden Ring doesn't really suit the game anymore. This typical Dark Souls leveling system that FromSoft has employed throughout all of the games up until this point, I don't think that it really fits the open world of Elden Ring that well. It restricts the player way too much in a lot of ways, and honestly, for example, the way how they've done the talisman slots, the spell slots as well, I feel like something like that would have been a lot more interesting. And funnily enough, Joseph Anderson mentions that in his video as well, that he would have liked to have seen like permanent stat upgrades that you can just find in the world. And I don't know if that's necessarily a good solution. If you're doing something like that too much, then it becomes uninteresting as well. I think one cool thing that they've definitely done is having these talismans that also increase your stats. I feel like it's a very neat idea. And I think only like 3 of them exist, or maybe 2. So, it's definitely still very unique in that regard. I think, but that's such a large discussion, and you would have to think about so many different things because it concerns balancing so much. But one thing that I've never quite liked in the FromSoft games, honestly, is that your defense passively increases while you're leveling. I know that how the games are currently balanced, and especially if you want to have, a lot of build variety, there needs to be something where you can be certain that the player will have that, right? So no matter what build you're using, as long as you're leveling, FromSoft can be certain that you have a certain amount of defense, right? And so they can tune bosses and boss damage in a certain way where it's still mostly tied to your level, right? Whereas if that wasn't a thing, if your defenses were purely based on, let's say, the armor that you're wearing, they would either have to introduce something where they can be sure that the player wears higher level armor as the game goes on, or they would have to actually balance bosses around certain builds and playstyles, which could be very, very complicated. Though, arguably, I think that's actually FromSoft Games' biggest issue, is that they're not really balancing at all, right? It feels like they're doing very, very little, actually, in terms of balancing. And when I'm talking about balancing, I also mean something like the AI reacting to certain things that you're doing, right? Because that's also a very big issue. There is so much build variety in this game, and I really like that, right? I think it's absolutely phenomenal how many cool weapons and spells and incantations and whatever, right? There is so much cool offensive stuff that you can utilize. That's really, really awesome, and honestly puts most other open world games to shame in terms of combat variety, if not all of them. And it's light years ahead of something like the Elder Scrolls series, even though Elder Scrolls also allows you to do a lot of stuff, but it ultimately never really felt like it had much meaning there. Whereas here, I do think that it's, I mean, obviously we still have spells that feel very, very underwhelming, but at the same time, a lot of stuff's viable, right? And so that's really awesome. But yeah, I don't know. In terms of the leveling, there is something there. I wish that they would have completely overhauled that system, but as I said, actually having a discussion on that and actually thinking about how you would change or how we could change that system to be still engaging and still something that you level or grind or whatever over the course of the game, while also having it be more interesting, more impactful, yet also balanced. Wow, that could be rather complicated, right? But this way, obviously, for example, armor, I feel like doesn't play that big of a role in FromSoft games in general. I mean, it does play a role. It's just that role is much less compared to your weapons, obviously, or your spells, or in general, the type of build you're going for, right? Whether you put 40 points into intelligence or 40 points into dexterity is a big difference. But compared to that, the type of armor that you're wearing, I would say is mostly, well, it's stat based as well. Obviously, you're going for a certain weight limit, right? But I wish that armor would play a much larger part as well. At least they do have a bunch of armor pieces with specific effects on them that also passively sort of increase stats. So that's a good approach, but yeah, having more interesting armor sets in terms of their effects would be pretty cool. And also, again, making sort of defensive stuff a lot more meaningful, I think, would also be a good thing. I felt like, at least subjectively, but maybe it's also because I just tried it the most in Bloodborne. Bloodborne is actually the point where I would say that stats actually mattered most on your armor pieces. For PvE, that is, right? PvP might be a different thing, but you could actually increase your resistances, especially for something like craziness. Is that what it's called in Bloodborne? I forgot the correct name. But you could actually get like really, really high defensive stats for those special effects in Bloodborne, and that helped you quite a lot. So that I felt like that was really interesting. I don't know. I wish they would have done more with the armor here, though I realize that that's a big thing to ask since everything else already has so much stuff in it, right? But that's once again something where arguably the amount of weapon variety is almost too much, right? To the point where I would have liked to, I don't know, maybe they could have, I mean, obviously that's really, really hard to tell without really knowing specifics about how they developed the game. But imagine, removing, let's say, 20 weapons from the game, but putting that development time into, I guess, developing armor a bit more. I don't know if that's realistic, right? I don't know if removing a certain number of weapons would even correspond to having time to put into a better armor system. I don't think that's necessarily the case, because developing a system inherently probably takes a lot more resources than just adding on a bunch of items. It depends, obviously, right? But yeah. Whatever, though. Let's continue. That's the whole leveling thing. That is such a large discussion. Maybe I'll talk about it at the end of the game or something. But again, it's. I think that is something where you would have to fundamentally sit down, because it affects pretty much everything in the game. So it would be a very, very big thing if you change that. But I wish they had. That's all that I want to say at the end here. Okay, let's talk to you. What have you done? Have you restored the golden needle?
I have awaited your return.
Uh-huh.
The needle is repaired. Now it will forestall the rotting sickness, I'm sure. Will you give it to the girl, Millicent?
Sure.
I will reward you in kind.
Unalloyed gold needle.
Millicent rests at the church atop the cliff beyond Celia, the town yonder.
Yeah, we're already acquainted.
By the witless pests who worship her, or rather her rotting sickness, as a god. A wretched fate, indeed. The poor girl, she never wished for any of this.
Wait, so like the rotten soldiers in this area, or the sorceress of Celia? People, creatures in this area think of her as a god?
Do you find it peculiar that I would show such concern for the girl? Well, I'm the one that found her. A mere babe in the swamp of Aeonia. She is one of my dear daughters. But the rotting sickness erodes one's memory.
Okay.
I doubt that she remembers the first thing about me. Oh, I must be getting old. I didn't always worry so much.
Why did you have to laugh so weirdly? What was his name again? Let me just double check here. Gowry. Gory? Gowry? So he found her, but it sounded like that was after the whole rotten thing had already happened. I mean, obviously, he didn't really mention anything in terms of a time frame, I guess, but well, I guess we'll uncover more about her in the future, right? I'm just wondering, is she like, if he found her in the swamp, I wonder if she is somehow connected to Melania, was her name, right? The one that cursed this land, or cursed Radahn? I wonder if she's somehow connected to that. And apparently, well, she herself, Millicent's spirit, that is also still connected to the place where she was found, / maybe even born, which is the swamp itself, because we fought her dark spirit there, right?
Now, all you need to do is deliver the needle to Millicent. She's convalescing in the church atop the cliff just beyond Celia. Do so, and you shall receive a handsome recompense, of course.
I wonder if the needle will kill her.
Now, all you she's convalescing. Do so.
Because I fail to see how a needle. I mean, do we know anything about that needle specifically? I fail to see how that is supposed to forestall. Also, he just said forestall, right? He didn't necessarily say completely sort of eradicate or something. Repaired intricate needle of unalloyed gold. Once snapped in half, it has been repaired by such Gowry. A ritual implemented crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. It is thought capable of forestalling the incurable rotting sickness. Forestalling, not curing. To ward away the meddling of outer gods. I'm just really unsure what to make of this. We know next to nothing about this, right? Well, it's not necessarily that we know nothing about it, more that the things that we do know are very um, inconsequential isn't the right word, but I guess the bits and pieces of information that I've gathered so far are just not enough to really piece together what the fuck the meaning of this even is supposed to be. Also, oh, that's just one of these weird things here, right? That's moving around the church. So what does that mean exactly, though? These weird shrimp-looking things. I don't even know what to call them. Centipedes? Not really. They're actually worshipping her? Is that what's happening here? I mean, I was wondering, they're wearing the weird hat that they're wearing. Looks awkwardly similar to what Renala is wearing as well. I don't know if that's a coincidence or if that's just supposed to mean that they are mages as well, or had been mages at some point, maybe. I mean, clearly they are now some sort of weird insect creature, but just this line of her being worshipped is just very, very weird. Okay, let's see.
If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot. You ask that I stab myself with the needle to quell the scarlet rot.
I guess so.
How?
I don't know. It was just given to me.
Never mind. I've decided I would rather trust you than simply continue to spoil from within. Would you mind
True.
averting your eyes for a moment?
Do we actually get a cutscene for this? Or is it... Oh no, it's just a dark screen. By the way, another thing that I think Elden Ring or FromSoft games in general should just have more cutscenes.
That was easier than expected. But why do I feel so...
She's not dead. I mean, well, theoretically, I guess, even if this does kill her, I mean, clearly she either would have died anyways, or, well, she clearly was in a lot of pain, it felt like, so this might be a relief for her? See if she does anything when we reset the area. Well, what the hell? Okay, so now she's a... Did she tie her hair back? Oh, I didn't even... What the fuck? Wait. Did she just cut off her arm? What the hell happened to you? And what is that in her face?
I hoped to see you again. My apologies for when last we met. I fainted before I could even thank you. Everything is as you said. Since inserting the needle, the scarlet rot has ceased to writhe. Even the nightmares have abated. And now, though I can scarcely believe it myself, I can move as I please. Not that I could ever truly repay you, but I would like you to have this, by way of thanks. A token though it is.
Prosthesis wearer heirloom. But she had her arms, right? I'm not crazy. I didn't overlook that, right? Did she cut off one of her arms for whatever reason?
I'm considering leaving. On a journey. With the needle buried in my flesh, I've started to recall, but dimly, my destiny. It's all thanks to you. My name is Millicent. I pray fate permits us meet again.
Her destiny? So, the needle, I guess, needs to stay in her? That's what it sounds like, right? As if the needle is, or rather as if the rot could spread again if she removes the needle from her flesh, right? So the needle apparently needs to stay in her. And she recalled her destiny, question mark? So that's the second time that somebody spoke about destiny, right? Because Rani also talked about that. Or rather, was it she that was talking about that? But somebody talked about her destiny. And that we wouldn't be able to see her destiny or know what it is unless we kill Radahn, and therefore the meteorite crashes down that was apparently kept at bay by Radahn's gravity powers. I don't know, maybe this has nothing to do with each other, and it's just sort of the same word. I mean, destiny, obviously, in this kind of world, that might be a real thing. And so multiple people having multiple different destinies doesn't necessarily mean that those destinies have anything to do with each other. But I just found it interesting that she was sort of mentioning that as well, right? And now she wants to go on a journey? Why doesn't she even mention her arm?
I'm considering
Weird.
leaving. On a journey. With the needle buried in my flesh, I've started to recall, but dimly, my destiny.
Okay. Well, whatever that means. I find that is so strange. It's almost as if there is like one side of Grace missing here that I just haven't found. Or would there be a way to sort of jump down from here? But I feel like that's way too high. Right? I mean, isn't this sort of... I would die if I would try to jump down there. I mean, well, maybe I could try to aim at the tower, but nah, that just seems unnecessarily risky. That is, though, a big reason why I don't really like the implementation of the Great Runes. Because, well, obviously, they are sort of... It's a bit dumb, in my opinion, that... you can't even try out traversal options like that because you run the risk of literally just being... being killed and having to use another rune arc. Where did he go? Didn't he say something about looks suicidal to me? Yeah, that jump probably I don't know, there was a message on the tower though, so you can definitely do it. It's just... It's just unfortunate. I would have really liked to try it, but since I have the Great Rune active, I obviously don't want to die. I don't know. I wish that they would have implemented the Great Runes a little bit differently. Didn't the guy say that he was going to reward us, though? Or did I misunderstand what he was saying? Or did he just go somewhere else? Also, before I talk to her... What is this about? Talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale. Well, that was earlier, though, the note about the towers. He gave me that, like, right at the beginning, didn't he? When you get the, Yeah, that note was really unnecessary. I don't know. But I thought that he said, like, after that, something with another reward if we go to Millicent and give her the needle. Because the note about the 3 towers, that's his reward for getting the needle in the first place, right? Yeah, then I guess I misunderstood that. It sounded like he was going to give me something else for actually curing her after he repaired the needle. Wait, this raises dexterity, and strength. Okay. Talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale. Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. I feel like that's referencing something that I haven't encountered yet. Yeah, I wonder why she's here, right? When I just talked to her, she said something about going on a journey. How would she even know? Oh, I guess we could have told her who repaired the needle. Or rather, well, obviously she would know this hut, right? If this is where the sage lived, and the sage was essentially her sort of father in a way, then she probably would have wanted to visit this before she leaves. Is this talisman or heirloom talking about her, though? I mean, she gave it to us. Sounds like it's talking about her. But her mentor and his flowing blade. I wonder who the mentor is supposed to be. Because, I mean, the sage wouldn't necessarily utilize a blade, right? I mean, he could, obviously, potentially, but I feel like that's not necessarily what this is talking about. Okay, what's up with you? Why are you here?
Hello again. Something about this place felt familiar to me, so I decided to pay a visit. Hoping to find someone here, but I've only found emptiness. Perhaps before my departure, I needed someone to say farewell to.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be something to this, right? There's going to be like a quest line with her or something that'll happen in the future. Okay, so like the sage said to us, she doesn't remember him, but She has, now that the rot has been forestalled, she has like a faint memory of him.
Well, never mind that. I must focus on my journey, for which I have you to thank. I must stay strong. Well, I must focus. I must...
So I have a feeling if I reset the world, she's probably gonna go somewhere else. Obviously, no idea where that would be. Did she like give us a hint or something? Not really, right? She wants to focus on her destiny. You don't really have any idea what that means, unless, well, could have something to do with the heirloom that she gave us. Maybe that mentor she was talking about. Maybe she wants to find him, if it wasn't the sage here. Also, I wonder where the sage went. Is he just... Because I don't think that he would be dead, right? I mean, he didn't really look that alive anymore, but... I mean... As a sage, he might have means of travel that are just... I mean, he could travel even though he can't really move, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, no hints. I mean, that's so far been definitely a theme in these quest lines. They never really give you a hint where people go. Can be a good thing, sometimes it's a little bit... I wish they would at least give you sort of hints that are very, very hard to figure out, but at least you could potentially figure them out, rather than just not telling you anything. Oh well. If I don't know where she's going, I guess I am just going to check out the rest of this, well, mountain side, whatever it is, cliffside. Yeah, it looks like he's alive, right? It looks like he just went somewhere else. Though he didn't say anything about that. He just told us to go here and give her the needle, and that's it. Didn't say anything about that he would like to move or go somewhere else or do something else. Okay, I already grabbed the star shard. I wonder what else there is here. I mean, there's something all the way at the top, but that's from like a different direction, so I don't expect that much to be here, honestly. Yeah, I found Bog. Yeah, that's the weird part, right? Some NPCs just straight up tell you where they go, and others don't tell you anything. And I would honestly prefer if they, sort of dropped like a riddle or something that is really, really hard to figure out, but if you pay enough attention, you could potentially, know where they're going, rather than just not saying anything. Where the hell are you pointing? Huh. It's the first time one of these statues was actually helpful. So there is an actual cave in the desert, apparently? That is interesting. Because I thought it was literally just the boss arena. I'm definitely going to check that out once I'm done with this area. Or maybe you're even meant to jump down from here? Oh, he's already dead. The last hit of the combo from the scythe sometimes takes a bit longer than I wish it would. No. There might be a way to jump down there, potentially. Clearly not this way, though. I'm German. Yeah. I don't know, the NPCs, they're just so underutilized. I wish FromSoft would just do better quest lines, honestly. I mean, not that the quest lines per se are bad, it's just that their storytelling is really poor in a lot of ways. And it's such a shame because they're so interesting NPCs. Like, it's really, really fun. I feel like they're really, really good in presenting these mysteries to you, and you know, you really just want to know more about the people and what their goals are, what they're doing, and at the end of the day, you learn next to nothing about them. Yeah, but that's the problem, right? They've never really changed that up at all. It's just the exact same thing that it's been for what, 15 years now, and oof, it really feels like that. It kind of feels like. I mean, I know that a lot of people like that in a way, but I wish they would have, I don't know, evolved from that. Especially since Sekiro did it a lot better, in my opinion. Not that Sekiro is good by any means, but you know, it had an actual story and NPCs that actually reacted to what you were doing. And I don't know. I just wish they would have continued sort of that way rather than keeping this sort of not telling you anything approach. Especially since it is so good, right? That's why I wish they would have done it differently, because these NPCs like Millicent, they're really, really interesting. And really well done overall from like a basic standpoint, I guess. But they're also just, I don't know, I can't do anything about it, right? I just need to randomly find her again. I mean, I have a feeling that this, whatever happened to the rot here, is probably part of the main story, more or less, if you can call it a main story, so I will definitely find her again. Oh, hey, Bandit's curved sword. Wait, times two? Did I literally find two of them at the same time? Oh, maybe because they're using two? No, there's... Wait, what? Why did this... Is that like a bug? Why did it display Bandit curved sword times two? I think I already had this at some point and then just sold it. But yeah, the point... Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. The point with the storylines, I really get it, right? I really, really like storylines that are not in your face, but the problem is they're not storylines at all. That's the issue. I mean, obviously, but that's, I guess, a larger discussion about like video games in general, right? Most video games are just still already in their infancy when it comes to storytelling, compared to books and movies, unfortunately. And Bandit's curved sword times two again. Is that a bug? Because now I have to. Or Maybe if you equip one, you automatically have two or something. Oh, whatever. There's something up here. Man, why are there so many of these damn skeletons here? Oh, I guess I must have killed two at the same time. Whoa. Didn't see that before. Oh, also, haven't seen this. Wait, you... Who are you? You looks like a sorcerer from Raya Lucaria. What's he doing here? Or I guess he came from Celia, rather. Right. The sorcerers of Celia are working with these death people. I forgot about that. Makes sense that he would be here. Yeah, that's probably also because I can, since I'm, I can't, what's it? Obviously I don't have the different, the different quality options for the stream, right? Unfortunately, you don't get that on Twitch unless you're, like, partnered or at least an affiliate, I think. So, sometimes the bitrate can suck a bit. Oh, I think he's using the swords, right? So, yeah, that's probably why it displays ×2, because you just find two of them at the same time, essentially. What a weird thing in terms of... I should probably just try that, right? Let me see. If I equip... Where is it? Bandit's curved sword. It's just one, though. That has to be a bug, that it displays two. Oh well. That happens, I guess. Okay, is there literally nothing here? Well, I mean, there's the graveyard, obviously. Yeah, the stopping and loading. That's probably because the bitrate's too high. Unfortunately, I can't change that. Sorry. Or maybe Twitch is just doing weird stuff. Yeah, thanks for the follow again. I don't know, maybe I said it when you were, like, reloading or something. I could just go up here. Do I want that? Want that, though? Were these guys always on the map? I honestly don't know. I think this is, like, only the second time that I actually found the statue before I found the corresponding dungeon. Because usually the dungeons are so easy to find that these statues are completely pointless. But, do they remove the map marker once you've found the dungeon then? They must, right? Or is that like a new marker that got introduced in a patch or something? Do I want to try and go for that? So it pointed downwards. Technically it should be in the desert somewhere, which I find rather interesting. Though, I could jump up here and just take the way down here. Or I do it the other way around and start here. Which I think, yeah, I want to do that. Let's go over here, check out the west side of it. There has to be like a small tower or something. And then... Also, there were like 2 dragons here as well. You can also still check out the Divine Tower. Or it's a small shack, rather. Okay. Don't expect that much more to be here, to be completely honest. Just a couple of dogs. Wonder what the shack is about then. Also, still haven't figured out why some of them have red eyes. I mean, golden eyes obviously mean that they drop more runes. No idea what the red eyes are about, though, because clearly they're not stronger. Or anything like that. Well, maybe they... I don't know. Never paid attention to it. Maybe they cause rot or something? When they hit you? Also, it's very, very interesting. So these weird dogs, right? They're eating other dogs. At least the ones that are dead. Although, well, maybe that means they only eat dead animals? Yeah, that might make more sense. Just wondering why they're not eating the sheep. Or maybe they're just not hungry at the moment. Also, the sheep, they look pretty normal, right? I didn't even really pay attention to that before. They're the same sheep that you see pretty much throughout the entire game. So, interesting that they apparently haven't really been affected by the rot. Hey, it's another merchant. Oh, that's interesting. There are quite a lot of merchants around, right? Kind of wonder why, because most of them aren't really... Like, they don't have any kind of unique quest line or something. Yet another really underutilized NPC, unfortunately. The first merchant is actually really cool, that he gives you, like, Sky Shot. That sounds interesting. Yeah, the first merchant, right, in Limgrave gives you so much really, really interesting information. But then, unfortunately, most of the subsequent merchants that you meet are really uninteresting. Ugh. They could have done a lot more with this. I've also read well, not an article, but I think like a comment of somebody saying that he would have preferred if, like, on subsequent playthroughs, they would have introduced some sort of randomness to items, and the notes and infos that you can get from merchants could also be randomized. I think that would be a neat idea. To figure out where certain items are, right? If it's randomized, essentially. Because that would make the notes at least somewhat meaningful. Unfortunately, but I feel like I'm saying this every stream, right? But the game's really, really, really weird with that, and so I need to mention it every time because it sort of it comes up every time, right? Is that on the one hand you have these really mysterious NPCs with their mysterious quest lines that don't even tell you where they go, right? Which, at least for my part, is probably the most interesting thing, right? Getting to know NPCs, getting to know their stories and what they're about. Yet, they don't tell you anything. But then, from a mechanical standpoint, these merchants tell you way too much. right? The notes they give you are mostly for incredibly obvious things, to the point where you really, it feels like your typical Ubisoft hand-holding bullshit, right? And that's what's so strange to me. The notes that these merchants sell mostly feel like they're written for 5-year-olds, yet the rest of the game, in large part, feels challenging, right? And not in your face, right? It obscures a lot of things. It's very mysterious, has a lot of secrets. Yet at the same time, they also have these notes for some reason. I don't know. It's a very, very weird thing.
It's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help here at the end of the earth?
Also, I wish that the merchants would be a bit more distinct from one another. Feels like they could have been designed better, to be honest. Gateway and Hidden Can. Let's just buy it. I want to know what it says. So he sells the samurai armor. That's from the starting class, right? The grimy outer mantle is made from withered reeds from the warrior's birthplace. Perhaps its comforts extend to nostalgic thoughts of home. He also sells dragon wound grease. The problem is I can't apply it to my weapon, right? Oh, let's get another one of these as well. Because if I'm about to fight a couple of dragons, it would probably be very beneficial to have that, but since my weapon already has the blood loss buildup on it, I think I actually can't. I can't use this, right? No. That's really unfortunate. I wish they wouldn't have done that. Because there is so many weapons with additional effects already on them, right? I know it would be a bit overkill. I think I said that last time as well. I know it would be a bit overkill in terms of, you know, being able to have multiple effects on your weapon, but at the same time, you know, the game gives you so much to play with, and sometimes it restricts you as well for no real reason. Did I grab the Side of Grace? Yeah, I did. And you wouldn't have to utilize it, right? Much like the spirit summons, it could just be an optional part where... Although, well, I realize that probably for PvP balancing reasons, they didn't really want to have multiple effects on your weapon, because that would honestly probably feel bad, right? If somebody attacked you with a weapon that had, like, blood loss and, I don't know, poison at the same time. Not necessarily, you know, something that would feel all that great fighting against. How the fuck did I kick it away so far? Oh, it's one of these things. A Somber Smithing Stone 8? I think I don't even have the 7 one. Wait, my weapon is currently a +6, yeah. I don't even have a Somber Smithing Stone 7. Or I never had one, rather. Holy shit. Also, I'm correct on this then. Oh, by the way, completely forgot about these things. I think like 2 streams ago I speculated how much or how many weapon upgrades you were actually able to get throughout the game. Honestly, I think at this point, you can get these weapons to +10 and normal weapons to +30. Which is honestly pretty insane. And way, way more than what I ever thought you would be able to do in this game. Especially considering how long it has already been. Not that I'm complaining, obviously I like how long it's been, it's just, holy shit, I definitely did not expect that to be a thing. Also, what the fuck is up with this Divine Tower? So I'm expected to climb it then? Or is there another way to access it? Because it honestly doesn't... Well, I mean, there's that way, right? You can... Guess you can go to the base of it. So I think I would be able to just jump over if I wanted to. But I think I'd just rather take the normal approach. Also, what are these guys doing? Are they here to protect it? Or are they here to... Are they, like, scholars or something? Or hired by scholars that were trying to see what the tower was all about? Okay, do I want to try fighting those two weapons, though? Weapons. Dragons! What am I saying? I definitely want to. Just feels like that's going to be very, very annoying. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Okay, well, the issue is going to be that both dragons are going to attack me at the same time. I wonder if they, like, have... It would be pretty bullshit if they had the same health as, like, a normal dragon, right? Also, I need to swap back to my horse setup. And put my staff in the right hand as well. I guess let's just try fighting one. Why do they have to have so much health, honestly? Huh. Though I did not expect this to be a thing, to be honest. That's cool. Oh, wait, what? He hit me with that? Oh. Well, at least they're sort of quote-unquote normal ones that apparently don't have like a breath attack or something. But that's cool. I actually didn't expect that to be a thing, to be completely honest. Ooh. Almost rode off the cliff there. I need to get rid of these damn pots. Hey, I actually poisoned him. Bye-bye. Okay, they don't even drop a heart. So I feel like they're actually going to respawn, huh? It's also quite telling that, well, he was pretty easy to defeat, right? I think in large part actually due to the fact that he's just not using breath attacks. So it's honestly a bit of a shame that... Well, there is another one up there, I'm just saying. Okay, so then apparently these dragons are just the normal enemies for this area? That's a bit... Okay, sure. But yeah, the fact that they're pretty much non-threatening without the breath attack is somewhat unfortunate, I feel like. Let's just grab the item and... Galvestone, okay. Golden Rune. He didn't even notice me. Yeah, so, I mean... I don't know. The dragons are still cool. Like, don't get me wrong, they're a pretty awesome enemy, but at the same time, I do feel like they... Without their bullshit breath attacks that some of them have, like the rock dragon that I fought, right, here in Caelid, the only thing that really made him threatening is the fact that he pretty much had an AoE that was as big as the arena you were fighting him in, that wasn't even threatening because of the rod, but because of the damage takes that the rod deals to you while it's being applied. And yeah, without that attack, he probably wouldn't have been threatening at all. It's a bit of a shame that that it's mainly that sort of... Yeah, mainly the really, really big AoE attacks that are really hard to avoid that are being a problem, right? Because that feels a bit cheap, not gonna lie. Once again, these weird guys with their chairs all over the place. A somber smithing stone 9? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Well, now I need the 7. If I find a somber smithing stone 7, I would be able to upgrade my weapon to +9. Well, now I'm wondering if 10 is the last point. Maybe you are actually able to upgrade these weapons to +15? That would be crazy, though. I feel like I'm already dealing pretty decent damage overall. But yeah, with these scholars, I'm just wondering, were they taking these chairs with them, or were they able to conjure them up? Maybe maybe there is some weird spell. See, with things like this, honestly, I wish that they would just implement, even if it's a completely pointless spell in the grand scheme of things, right? But think about how funny it would be if you actually would learn a spell, let's say from the academy or some other place, magical city, whatever, Celia maybe. If there would actually be a spell where you could conjure up a chair and sit in it, that would be so funny. And then it would, at the same time, it would be a joke, and it would actually explain why these guys are sitting in chairs all over the country, right? Because otherwise, that doesn't really make sense. Why would they take their fucking chairs with them everywhere? Wow. It's a really, really cool sight. The Elden Tree. With the red background here in Caelid as well. One thing that I really, really have to commend the game for is their choice of colors. Like, no matter where you are, sometimes at night, you have this sort of more typical golden yellowish of the earth trees against the bluish, really sort of fantasy looking like night sky, right? Which that looks really cool, but it's also, you know, yellow against blue is somewhat of a trope, especially in more modern cinema as well, right? But how Elden Ring is able to play around with the colors here is really impressive, honestly. The fact that the earth trees have more or less the same golden color, yet the red sky makes it look completely different, right? I mean, obviously, I already talked about it, the atmosphere in Caelid is just phenomenal, but the fact that they're so effortlessly able to just change out the color of the sky, and it still works really, really well together with these golden earth trees all around. It's really a testament to how well they thought about this kind of thing, right? And especially with the world design like this, you need to be really conscious of how it looks from certain places, right? Give me just another minute. Okay, never mind. But yeah, that's something that is really, really interesting to me personally, is that they clearly thought about the entire setup of this world really early on, right? And you have to, if you want to make this work. Which is also really interesting because I'd imagine from a development standpoint, this isn't actually that easy to pull off, since the game only really works because of its scale, right? Because these places are very far away from each other, yet somewhat close and reachable for the player, right? I mean, the, I guess, traversal time, especially with the teleports, obviously, but also the time that it actually takes to traverse this game world isn't that long overall. But the way they set it up, and I think they're also doing a couple of camera tricks as well, where they're sort of pulling focus almost in a way that makes things look further away than they actually are. And sometimes also closer than they actually are. Like, it's a very, very cool design. And I wonder how they planned this, right? Because at the end of the day, if you're doing this kind of thing, then a lot of the scale of the world has to be established really, really early on, right? And so you wouldn't really be able to, let's say, cut an entire area without severely affecting how it all looks. So that's honestly very, very impressive to me. And also the fact that they're showing you a bunch of places that currently I've never been to, right? Obviously the giant earth tree has been a constant throughout the entire game, but also now that I'm actually able to look closer at that mountaintop over there, for example, I can see details in there. I can, for example, see that giant bowl or whatever it is and kind of speculate about what it maybe means, right? I mean, that looks like something where a giant flame could be in, although apparently there isn't at this point. So they both make you intrigued about what's still to come, yet at the same time, they've designed the world in a way where they very, very specifically only ever show you certain pieces that they want you to see. Like Caelid, for example, where they, on purpose, make it so that you can actually oversee the entire area. Yet they still obviously cram in sort of secrets here and there, but that is also very, very impressive. I mean, obviously they've done a lot with verticality, which definitely helps separate areas from one another. And it also allows them to put in these more typical, let's call them Dark Souls levels, right? Like Stormvale Castle is actually almost a typical Dark Souls level, I would say, right? But it's the fact that they are able to put in like a more traditional level like that at all is largely due to the fact that they've integrated so much verticality, because it allows them to separate places in this open world more easily from one another, right? without making it feel awkward. And yeah, that as well is just really, really impressive. And I'm still wondering what the fuck this middle lake is about, right? Because I feel like it's this shallow on purpose. It's just really interesting to me. It almost looks like you would be able to traverse it, right? I mean, obviously not, because you can't swim in this game, and it looks about, I don't know, 15 to 20 meters deep. But it's almost like a plateau, right? It doesn't go any deeper, it feels like. And it's like a huge lake. Well, let's see what this Divine Tower is about then. I still haven't figured out how to access the one in Liurnia. Though, maybe once I'm actually able to go to the Eternal City again, now that we've activated whatever meteor strike there was, right, when we killed Radahn. It's actually... do I have to go from the top? I'm actually not supposed to access the Divine Tower from here. That would be interesting. Also really dark. Fortunately, there's a bunch of light shining in through my window currently, so it's a bit hard to make out the features on the Dark Tower. Wondering if I'm missing a ladder or something. But I get the feeling that you're supposed to access the tower from up above rather than from here. Or maybe through this vine or root. Oh yeah, this could be a thing. Or maybe not. Sometimes you're just not quite sure with these things, right? Especially how awkward, when I think back how awkward the traversal was in Celia. With the towers that you need to light, but you need to use your horse, yet at the same time the traversal is just really, really awkward. Huh. It honestly looks like I have to access this thing from up above, rather than from here. That's quite unexpected. Does look like it's raining a lot here in Dragon Barrow. Okay, let's see then. I guess... That is really, really weird. So there is an item there. I have a feeling this would be how I access it. I mean, at least there is a message there. Yet we also have this other one that maybe looks a bit more safe, to be completely honest. Because that looks like you would be able to drop down onto that platform and then ultimately go back up through there. So I'm honestly going to try this way at first. Because the other one, I'm not so sure if I would actually be able to jump up that route. That looks really finicky. Let's turn on the light. Am I supposed to jump up there? Am I supposed to jump down there? I mean, looks like I should be able to jump down there, right? Because technically I could probably also go this way. Which I think you're actually meant to do. Maybe that's even why they placed that white stuff on it. To tell you, hey, this is where you're supposed to go. Oh, okay. So there was an item to the right here. Guess I can just walk to it? Or was it further up? I think it's... Oh, it's there. Okay. I need to remember that. Also, now that I'm so close to the outside of the tower, the architecture on the outside is really reminiscent of all of these other ruins. The ones that you can see in the desert, for example, right? They all look very, very similar in terms of structure. So whoever or whatever built these towers must have also been the same sort of civilization that probably built the ruins as well. I wonder what these guys are doing here. Are they... Ugh. Are they on, like, some sort of expedition to find out more about the tower? Or are they here to protect it? I mean, the fact that they've built these wooden ladders leads me to believe that they're more about, I guess, finding out information about them? Why would they do that, though? And who would put them up to it? Okay, this is really concerning, to be honest. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Wait, so are you supposed to jump down there, maybe? Because there is another fire there, but this looks really, really... No, that person just ran around it. But there is no way to jump up there, right? Unless I... Well, maybe with the horse, but... That would be even more finicky than the stuff already is. Yeah, I think you're actually meant to... sort of drop down there. God, this is... I don't like this. I mean, I'm not saying that FromSoft is necessarily bad with platforming. Sometimes these sections can be quite enjoyable, but sometimes they're also just bullshit. Obviously. That had to happen. Ah, well. I knew that I wasn't able to kill him with my spells, so might have been a better option to just... Oh, wait, is that... I think that's how you're supposed to get to the item, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Thankfully he moved, because I think otherwise I honestly would have not been able to tell that he was there. How the fuck did he not hit me there? What the hell happened? I honestly didn't even expect him to have that much HP. I thought he was just one of those basic soldiers. Because he looks like it, right? Weird. I wonder if Radahn put these people up to it. And since he still had the Great Rune, right? He probably would have... But that's the core question here, right? Would Radahn have had to, or rather, would he wanted to find out more about the towers and the Two Fingers, potentially? Or would he already know that stuff and try to protect the tower because he knows that it's somehow important for him? Well, that looks like the more dangerous path, so I'm gonna go here first. Oh, never mind. Just looks equally dangerous. Would I be able to get back here? Though, well, at least they're fair enough, and if you fall down, you just have to sort of traverse back to where you came from, rather than just dying straight away. Oh, that's really hard to tell. So I know that there was another fireplace, basically directly on the other side of the tower from here. Well, at least at this point, if... You can't really fall down, I feel like. I mean, obviously you can, but I think it's not necessarily going to kill you, thankfully. Well, it killed him. Okay, well that leads over to the other fire. So this feels like the way I'm supposed to go, hopefully. Ugh. These are really scary jumps, not gonna lie. This one in particular. Okay, yeah, this is where you're supposed to go. It's actually pretty cool that they are guiding you with the fires. Wait, so there is another ladder over there, though. Is that just another way to get here? Or also, did they have to place the ladder this far out? Are you fucking serious? That's unnecessary. They could have placed it closer to the wall. Or made the section a bit larger or something. Fuck, now I'm wondering if there is another item there that I should get first. But that jump honestly looks like it's not really manageable from here, right? That looks like you have to go the other way around, quite honestly. And now it feels like I'm too high up. Ah, at least they give you a side of grace here. Divine Tower of Caelid. Nice. One thing that I like very much, though, about Elden Ring, and I've said that multiple times in the Catacombs as well, is even though they're reusing a lot of sort of level elements a lot of the time, it never, at least to me, it's never really been dull or anything. It feels like they always find some new spin that they can put on things, right? In this case, with having to actually climb the outer side of the tower, and then at other times as well, where they were able to just slightly change up certain things in the Catacombs, for example, and it suddenly felt like it was a completely different level. Okay, am I able to make this jump? Well, at least now I can teleport back to the side of grace, right? Okay. Can I drop down there? I should be able to do it, right? Ugh. It always looks like you just barely slip off. Newman's Rune? What the hell is that? Used to gain a multitude of runes. Wait, this is just... What the fuck? Grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between, the lingering residue of gold. The Newmen are said to have come from outside the lands between, and are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself. Okay. That's a new thing. Newman. Came from outside the lands between. Similar to Marika. I'm also still really, really wondering about whether or not we'll find out more about the lands between as a whole, right? Still really wondering if this is a place, some sort of divine place? Are we, like, in heaven? Or is this an island on a larger planet or something? I wonder if the game's really ever going to address that. At least they're hinting at there being more outside the lands between, right? Is there any reason to go back down here? I guess this would just be to sort of go back up. It doesn't look like there's any kind of other item here. Does it? I mean, it could drop further down, but yeah. Let's just go back to the site of grace and check out the tower itself. Interestingly enough, it looks like I'm able to both go down and up. Because I think this path leads down, right? I wonder if it's going to be blocked off at a certain point. Because clearly there was no downside entrance or exit or something. Those kinds of bloodstains seem rather scary, though. The fuck? There is a summoning pool. That just looks like a normal soldier, though. Oh. Okay, I guess a lot of people were just killed sort of from the side. Oh, what the fuck's up with his damage? Are you kidding me? Why the heck is he dealing so much damage? God, I hate that attack so much. The range on that is insane. That's just a normal soldier, dude. Why the fuck are you dealing that much damage? Did I miss anything? He's dealing more damage to me, or he's dealing equal damage to me as somebody like Radahn or something was doing. Holy fuck. Wow, okay, this looks cool. Wait, this looks like this Divine Tower is like an entire dungeon compared to the other one. I mean, the Divine Tower in Limgrave was essentially just, you know, a staircase, more or less. I mean, I guess the Divine Tower of Limgrave has the giants in front of it, right? This doesn't have that, so I guess they decided to implement something else instead. Okay, so this looks like some sort of shortcut then. What is that? Is that like a rope or something? Oh yeah, it is. Ah, that's a cage. Some sort of elevator. Okay. Holy fuck. This place looks pretty huge, to be honest. Also, I think last time I was in the other Divine Tower, I was actually speculating about what this golden stuff is, right? I mean, it has to be connected to Grace somehow, but I don't know. It's quite hard to tell how that's supposed to work, because it looks like some sort of metal, right? It looks like actual gold metal in the earth, rather. Something like that. Okay, this just moves further up, though. What? Oh. Wait, isn't this already the topmost layer of the tower, though? I mean, maybe they're... That's interesting, because this is pretty much where you end up immediately if you... This part looks exactly the same as the Divine Tower of Limgrave, right? This almost looks like it, at one point it might have been the normal entrance to this place, but now it's been barred shut, maybe? Because in Limgrave it is, and in Limgrave they let you access, I guess, sort of a higher layer of the tower first. And in this particular case, you can also access lower layers of it. It's gonna be a fun time exploring that. So I expect this to just lead up to, well, pretty much the same thing that the other tower was. Though obviously I still have no idea what the two fingers are really about, and why there were two what look like dead fingers at the top of the Limgrave Tower? These elevator rides as well, they're also a really, really cool part of the game. They're always really interesting because not only are they visually very stunning, but you never quite know what to expect at the end of it. Right? Even though I've already been on one of the towers, you never know whether or not this one might be different. Also, I'm wondering why one of them just is standing in the middle of the water. What's up with that? It also looks... that might just be the distance. It looks a tiny bit lower than this one, right? Also, now that I'm seeing this section, I mean, that we've been there, right? The teleporter or something. Yeah, there was a teleporter in Limgrave that led us to this place. I'm wondering about the relationship between the Beast King and Radahn. Because they're sort of living in the same place. I mean, obviously this... Well, it's not really a castle, but the manor or something of the Beast Clergyman. They're both in Caelid, right? The castle isn't too far away. The desert where Radahn was is even closer, so... They must have had some sort of connection, right? Or at least be somewhat allied? Oh, hello. Yeah, this looks very similar, right? Two fingers again. Why do they look dead, though? And why do they look like they're tree bark? that's also a theme that's been... I mean, it's like the giants, or which I assume are the fire giants, right? Where they almost look like they're made out of wood, yet at the same time not really. And I'm wondering because the two fingers in the round table holds seem almost as if they're bleeding, right? They seem to be alive. I mean, not only alive, but also well, like a almost as if they were a giant's hand at some point that has been cut off and is now living on its own, right? They're clearly bleeding. I mean, they look like, even though they look very sort of withered and old and broken, but maybe that's just the light in the round table hold because it's fairly dark where they are. Because this makes me think, this almost looks like, I mean, obviously they do look like two fingers, right? But this makes me wonder if, for some reason, the Earth Tree maybe controlled these things, right? As if they were just two movable pieces of root that people just started calling the two fingers because they look like the two fingers, but in reality, they're more like movable roots of the Earth Tree that the Earth Tree itself used to maybe communicate with humans or something. Which does make me wonder what the round table hold is then supposed to be. Well, first of all, how are the two fingers in the round table? How do they even exist? The two fingers in the round table hold look weird because it feels like they're sort of just almost plastered or stuck on the ground, right? Whereas these are clearly sort of almost growing out of this place. Clearly we have no idea who built these towers. We have, well, absolutely no idea about what they mean, right? I wonder if maybe these sort of pillars at the side and the fact that they include this golden grace in some weird form, I wonder if that sort of at one point was used to keep these alive, because maybe they're further away from the Earth Tree, and so in order to for the roots to keep their power, they had to be sustained by this grace stuff in the walls or something, or in the tower itself. It's honestly really, really hard to tell. It's just such a striking sort of difference. They look so similar to the ones in the round table hold, yet at the same time they seem to be different. Radahn's Great Room. And why are they holding the power of the Great Rune? I mean, Radahn was cursed, right? So Radahn essentially wanted to die, and therefore he started up that tournament that he was doing. But in Godric's case, it was quite different, right? Didn't he want to become stronger? The thing that I'm mostly wondering about is if all that it takes for these great runes to be restored back to power is to come up to these divine towers and touch something at their top, wouldn't the other holders of the great rune be capable of doing that as well? Wouldn't Godric, for example, be capable of just walk towards the divine tower of Limgrave and claim the strength of the great rune again? I mean, maybe they didn't know about it, right? Why do we even know? Was it Gideon that told us? Probably, right? Somebody at the Round Table must have told us about these great runes at the top of the Divine Towers. Because it feels like if Godric had known, he would have tried this, right? Radahn, not necessarily, because I feel like even had he restored the Great Rune, he still wouldn't have been really able to fight his curse, I think. But then again, I'm not too sure. Okay, let's see. So, oh, I forgot about these again. Fucking hell. Raises maximum HP, FP, and stamina. A great rune of the Shardbearer Radahn. Its blessing raises maximum HP, FP, and stamina. Radahn was amongst the children of Renala and Radagon. Became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's union with Queen Marika. The Great Rune burns to resist the encroachment of the Scarlet Rot. Yeah, it looks very different to the other ones, right? They have like different colors. I wonder if that's going to affect something. I feel like it has to, right? Technically, if we would try to, I guess, put the entire Elden Ring back together, these kinds of effects on the runes should theoretically also impact the entire thing, right? Okay, so I think we knew that... Did we know that? That Radahn was... the child of Renala and Radagon? Wait, did I know that? I think Ranni at some point talked about like a step... No, she talked about a sister though. Didn't she? Huh, that's rather interesting. You actually have to keep some sort of mental family tree almost in this game, right? Everybody's related to one another in some form. Ooh, no wait, Blade is Ranni's stepbrother as well. I didn't realize. Holy fuck, I think I'm actually missing a few family connections, I feel like. So Blade is Ranni's stepbrother. Wouldn't that also make him some sort of demigod then? In a way? Wait, so... The sentence is what's tripping me up, because it feels... So Radahn was amongst the children of Renala and Radagon, meaning that Radahn is the brother of Ranni, correct? Unless I'm misunderstanding the sentence. Who became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's union with Queen Marika. Oh, I think that part... So I was confused... I was confused because who became stepchildren? It's not specifically saying that in this sentence, but I think what they're trying to tell you is that Radahn became a sort of a demigod, not because he was one from birth, but rather he became sort of a step demigod, if you will, right? Renala and Radagon had children, Ranni, Radahn, but they weren't inherently demigods. But for some reason they became demigods when their father married Marika. That's a weird thing. It's honestly a very weird thing. Okay. But yeah, I mean, that does mean that Radahn and Ranni are basically brother and sister, right? Which makes me wonder what... So maybe Radahn actually wanted to possibly protect Ranni from whatever that meteor was that he was holding back with his gravitational magic? Possibly? Well, the problem is that I don't really know that much about the Death God at this point. I mean, well, I also have a feeling that there is just so much information about different things in this game, and the sort of puzzle pieces come at so many different points and from so many different directions that it's very, very hard to keep everything in mind. Even though I've taken notes, you know, I probably would have to go back through all of my notes, possibly even watch back some of my own streams to try to piece together everything that I know, right, without really missing anything of the story. And then then maybe I could build up some sort of map or something, like a family tree and other stuff, where maybe I could make connections between different things. Because the problem is that I feel like currently I'm still definitely missing information about those who live in death and the whole Death God thing. I mean, I knew Fia, obviously. I mean, she left the Round Table Hold now, so I'm not really sure what she's up to at this point. And quite a few different factions apparently also employ assassins, right? So we heard about the Sorceress of Celia, for example, being assassins that even killed other sorcerers from the Academy, for example. Though I don't really know whether or not we've heard any kind of thing about the allegiance of the Celia sorcerers, right? So I don't really know who they possibly worked for. That being said, I mean, yeah, there's definitely if Ranni sort of started the Shattering, I'm just wondering what all of these people really fought for, right? Because sort of from the get-go, when you hear about the Shattering and then ultimately learn, okay, there was you know, Queen Marika and the first Elden Lord, which was Godfrey, right? And they had children. And, well, the game essentially makes it seem as if the children sort of fought with each other about the Elden Ring, right? Almost like a typical, let's say, medieval tale of maybe a king and his children, and who then followed up as the next king, right? I mean, there are countless stories like that where they start fighting, and you know, it's really, you know, they're fighting over the land of the kingdom and whatever the fuck, right? And usually that just ends in destruction and death for everybody. And I thought that was the same thing here from the very beginning, that we were following the story of these children that fought with each other because they couldn't really decide on who would get what from their parents or something. But that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case at all. Because Renala and Radagon at one point during sort of the first reign of the first Elden Lord with Marika and Godfrey, seems like at that point those two, let's call them families, were separate from one another, right? I mean, they had to have had relationships already at that point, probably, and obviously they're, I don't know, kingdoms, maybe, I don't know, maybe the Academy was working for the Elden Lord or whatever the fuck. But at that point they were separated, but then by something happened to Godfrey, Radagon left Renala for Marika, And that's more or less what triggered these children, demigod children, whatever, fighting amongst each other, right? I mean, Ranni started killing the Death God, but that's the thing also, right? We don't really know who that Death God was. At least I don't think I do. Whether or not that thing was connected to Godfrey, for example. And then, yeah, I don't really know how somebody like Fia might be connected to the Death God. And what their deal is. Whew. It's honestly still... Those aren't just sort of mysteries to solve. It's literally a bunch of things that are really, really... There's just a lot to keep track of, I think. I do think there are quite a lot of hints for multiple things as well that they've clearly put into the game, and that's pretty cool, right? Other than those sort of basic quest lines with the NPCs where, unfortunately, I feel like they just didn't put in enough hints. With the overarching story, they've definitely done that, and that's pretty awesome. I feel like if I would have been a bit more attentive, I could have pieced together even more at this point. I do wonder, though, what's the deal with the rest of the Divine Tower, then? If it's more or less fairly easy to go to the top and claim the Great Rune, what's up with the rest of it? I guess there's only one way to find out, huh? When I first got here, I thought that we'd potentially have to activate something in order to be able to access the Great Rune, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Did I activate the summoning pool? I think I did, right? Yeah. So, I guess we have to jump down and do something with the tower or something? Or maybe it's just for items? I'm not too sure about it. Well, there is an item down there that I can see. And that button most likely activates the elevator all the way at the bottom, right? There's a soldier sitting there as well. So I think that looks broken, though. I wonder if that will break if you walk over it. That will be bullshit, though. It's honestly just a bit hard to tell, since that drop is just a bit too much, I feel like. I don't necessarily think that's where you're supposed to drop down to. There isn't really anything up here, though. It's also quite interesting that the tower apparently contains this wall where it's sort of split into two different sides. That seems quite interesting. Why is there a... Are you kidding me? Is there a door up there? Why is there a door up there? Or is that just a random thing? I mean, I think I could make this drop, especially with the cat talisman active. I'm just quite unsure whether or not it's the one you're supposed to make. Yeah, that honestly looks like you Oh, I'm... Oops. Fort Galen Caled houses a gateway that leads to Redmane Castle. Yeah, great. Thanks for the entirely unnecessary info that I already knew. There is a hidden cave in the town of Celia. Look beyond the graveyard at the precipice. A hidden cave in the town of Celia. Look beyond the graveyard at the precipice? Either I've already found that as well. I feel like... Shouldn't I have already found that? Maybe... maybe go look for that as well. Okay, what's the deal here? Also, I completely forgot to change what I actually wanted to change, which is... Well, I don't really need the gold scarab as of now. Let's just change it to the cat talisman just for now. I'm confused. Okay, that thing is going to break off as well, and that's just straight up going to kill you, I think. I think I would be able to fall down there, to be honest. I kind of want to break it. Oh, fuck. There's quite a lot of potential ways you can go. But, I mean, if I'm going to fall down here anyways, might as well do so over here. I mean, these places both might be connected, right? So... Oh, God. Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, I still die from that height, even with the cat talisman? Oh, that's bullshit. That's just bullshit. Are you... Oh, God, I hate fall damage so much in this game. Holy fuck, that's dumb. What's the point then? How are you supposed to get down there if that's not how you're supposed to do it? Oh, for fuck's sake. These guys are incredibly annoying. I should have just killed the first one. Now you're fucking throwing things at me? I can do that too, you know. Huh, that just immediately poisoned him. Not bad. He's just gonna die, I think. I do wish poison would deal just a tiny bit more damage, to be honest. I mean, it's not bad, but... Ah, well, if it would deal more, I think it would be a bit too, potent. You're gonna die, you know that, right? It's a bit... The placement of him... I'm not the biggest fan of that. It's a bit dumb, to be honest. What's happening with the AI sometimes? Wait, did the poison stop? Was he not poisoned anymore at that point? That was strange. They drop over 1,000 runes per kill, though. Okay, where the fuck are my runes? Okay. Well, so, I swear it. If you have to jump on the broken thing in order to not be killed by the fall, that would be the worst design ever. Well, not ever, obviously, but it would be a very bad level design. Yeah, I think that's actually what's supposed to happen, right? Because the platform is exactly as deep as the other one. So... theoretically, I should die there as well, and I think the only reason why you don't is because you jump onto the platform that'll break first, which is really, really dumb. But that's a thing. Okay, it's even dumber than I thought. Never mind. Okay, so this is why you don't die. Because you land on, like, a... whatever this is. Okay, well that's really unfortunate. And now, theoretically, I should survive this, right? Yeah. And now, of course I survive it without even being damaged. That's so dumb. Why the fuck did they decide to do it this way? Are you kidding me? Like, why would you introduce, like, a threshold where you just straight up die? Also, that makes the cat talisman completely worthless. Because it's not actually... So the only thing that the cat talisman is doing, right, is reducing your fall damage. It's not extending the range that you can fall. Which is really, really, really dumb. I mean, okay, let me play devil's advocate here and say that the reason they've done this, right, is very obvious. The reason they've done this is because this way they can ensure that their level design works out the way they want to, right? If the distance you can fall would be dependent on your HP, for example, right? So you can, because that's what you would assume would be the case, right? Fall damage, logically, should be dictated by the amount you fall, right? So let's say there is a 100-meter drop, right? And let's say you take fall damage for every meter you fall, but it only starts damaging you after 10 meters, right? Logically, you would take 90 damage. I'm just to make it easier to talk about this, right? The values here. So a 100-meter drop would deal 90 damage to you, most likely killing everybody because they just don't have that much HP. Or let's say, for the sake of argument, 900 damage instead of 90 or something. Whatever. You know what I mean. And so the cat talisman, what that would do is, for example, it could extend the initial point of dropping down. So instead of dropping 10 meters without damage, maybe you would be able to drop 20 meters without being damaged. So a 100-meter fall would give you 80 damage instead of 90, right? So logically speaking, that's what you would assume how fall damage works in a game. And then obviously, if you fall too much, you'll die, right? That's not how it works in Elden Ring. Elden Ring just has a set distance where you will always die. And the reason why they've done that is so that people that have more HP, because they've leveled more vigor than others, don't have access to more stuff compared to people that have less HP, right? So your HP value doesn't determine what you have access to and what you don't have access to in a level like this, right? So I get that, right? If you design an open world game with this kind of traversal in it, you want every player to traverse the level the way you intend to as a developer, right? Instead of them being able to traverse it based on their stats. That would honestly probably be not such a great idea. Or at least in that particular case, you would have to make sure that there are still boundaries. It probably would demand a lot more from your level design. Whereas if you just set a certain distance where people will always die, then it makes it way, way easier to sort of balance the level around that, right? So in a way, that's fine. The problem is when you then also introduce items like the cat talisman, it suggests to the player, hey, I can drop down further now. Whereas that's actually not the case. And the biggest issue, obviously, is that it seems completely unreasonable. At least, okay, so the biggest issue that they have in Elden Ring is that fall damage doesn't occur. So I think the reason for that is they didn't want to punish the players for falls that you have to make, right? Which is also reasonable. That in and of itself is reasonable, right? And the other thing where they kill you after a certain distance to make traversal through these levels the same for every player is also reasonable. The issue is when you put these two things together, that creates a very big design problem, because suddenly you have these things where you have a drop of, let's say, 80 meters, right? So the point where the game will, I mean, I'm just using numbers here. Obviously, that fall was maybe 30 meters or something, right? I'm just using the numbers to make it easier to talk about it. So the game has like a certain distance. What it is in reality doesn't matter. But let's say the game kills you for every drop that is 100 meters or more. The problem is Elden Ring is designed where most drops that they want you to make are 80% of that distance, more or less, right? So 80 meters doesn't injure you at all. You don't lose any health. And the reason why they've done that, obviously, is because they don't want to punish you for falls that you have to take. Because that would mean that the player could get stuck somewhere simply because they ran out of healing, right? Let's say enemies injured you enough to where you maybe ran through all of your healing, and suddenly you have to make a jump in order to continue with the level, but at the same time that jump would also kill you because of fall damage. That would feel very, very bad and would be a very bad design, obviously, right? But the problem that we run into now is that we have 80 meter drops that don't injure you at all for that very reason. Yet at 100 meters, which isn't that much more, right, with long drops like this, the game always kills you. So the difference between a jump that you're supposed to make and that doesn't injure you at all, and the difference of a jump that will outright kill you, is almost the same, laughably so. So it feels incredibly bad as a player to experience that, because it feels like that shouldn't be the case, right? It's just a bad design choice. I get that they want to design their levels with a lot of verticality in mind, right? And that's obviously the biggest problem here, because the obvious solution would be to just not have that large mandatory drops, right? Instead of forcing the player to jump down these 80 meters, what they instead do is introduce multiple platforms that make it possible for you to only ever jump 20 meters and still hit the goal wherever you want you to go in the level, right? So instead of having these awkward, very, very long drops, they should introduce like multiple platforms that you can jump onto. Obviously, another reason why they haven't done that is most likely because that would make it a lot more boring, right? If you have somewhat safe jumps between platforms and the platforms are a lot closer together, well, it just makes the whole thing less boring and more boring, and at the end of the day almost pointless, right? If your traversal, and a lot of games do that, right? I mean, that's been like a big discussion point, for example, about the Uncharted games, right? If all you have to do to move forward is to press, I don't know, X or something, right? Or hold X, and the player figure will automatically just do the craziest of jumps and traversals without you really having to think about it, that can also be really boring, right? And again, it has been like, that's been a criticism of Uncharted and multiple other games over the last years as well. So obviously Elden Ring's approach in this scenario is a lot more interesting, but well, I know that there's also an item in game that straight up tells you whether or not a jump will be deathly for you. Deathly, is that a word? Will kill you. But that's not only awkward to use, but also just boring. It sort of destroys the pacing of your traversal. With all these things in mind, I honestly think that Elden Ring or FromSoft, in this particular case, they sort of designed themselves into a corner, right? They clearly want to have these cool vertical sort of level progressions, yet at the same time, I don't know. I think, the solution to this would be to not introduce drops that look like they would be possible, but at the same time aren't, right? So, well, that comes with another issue, though, because then it would always be obvious where you have to jump. So what I'm talking about is, for example, that platform over there that I tried to jump to with the elevator, right? That ultimately killed me. What I'm talking about is literally make it impossible for the player to jump down there. So design your level in a way where you just can't jump down there, right? But that, on the other hand, would clearly tell you that that's not the correct way to go. And I think another goal that FromSoft was trying to achieve here is to make you sort of guess where you have to go, right? Make the player actually look at their environment, make you look at, the things that exist within the level, and let the player figure out themselves what the correct way is. And I do appreciate that, but as I said, all of these elements combined just create this very awkward thing, right? Where the fall damage, unfortunately, doesn't really make sense at all. I don't know. At the end of the day, it comes back to Sekiro. Sekiro has already solved this. Sekiro had brilliant traversal options, especially with the grappling hook. And honestly, I wish they would have brought that back. I honestly wish that they would have brought that back. And is my connection still okay? Because I can't connect to Twitch on my laptop for some reason. Let me see. I think it's just my laptop. No, it's not. Wait, YouTube's loading. Is Twitch going down? Wait, let me... 1 second. Oops, that's not the right menu. PlayStation is still broadcasting, though. Well, I hope it's not breaking up the broadcast or something. It's just the reason why I'm talking about it for so long. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, in this particular case, thankfully, it's kind of a niche thing, right? It's definitely a suboptimal solution, but it's just the reason, again, why I'm talking about it is because it's so interesting. It's such a sort of small, almost isolated part of the game, an isolated problem as well, I feel like. But it's very, very interesting because you can sort of, because it's more a niche problem, it's more a smaller problem, you can sort of isolate the different elements of it very well and think about, well, what kinds of these elements would need to shift or be changed to a certain degree in order to solve the problem, right? Which is interesting because if you can determine solutions for these smaller problems, you can then sort of maybe extrapolate them for the entire game if there are larger problems that the game has, which clearly Elden Ring does, right? But what I find, the most interesting about this is that it's already very, very hard if you isolate the different sort of variables that a problem like this has. You realize, well, wait a second, that it's actually very hard to solve this problem, even though it's a very, very small one, right? And it definitely highlights why a game like Elden Ring that is so large and has so much in it has so many problems as well, because it's just, if you manipulate these variables and try to solve one problem, suddenly something else that wasn't a problem before becomes one, right? And that's just very interesting to me. And it does highlight that even though I myself am also complaining about certain things that Elden Ring might not just do that well. Holy fuck, that's a Golden Rune 12? Even though that's the case, I also recognize that it's, that it's sometimes not really possible to just solve all problems, right? It theoretically might be, given an unlimited amount of time, but most likely it's just not possible. Okay, what is that platform telling me? Am I supposed to jump there? Or am I supposed to jump there? How the fuck are you supposed to jump over there, though? Okay. Now from here, I can jump over here. Honestly, I'm kind of wondering where the fuck I will end up now. Is it safe to jump down there? I think it should be. Well, unless the game does that, obviously. I shouldn't have tried to jump that close to the wall. I knew something awkward was going to happen with that. Holy fuck. Now I have to deal with these two idiots again. Although, do I? Honestly, I could just jump down, right? If they try to follow me, they'll probably just kill themselves or something. Okay, where the fuck would I need to go first? This was... I can just jump down here, right? Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Well, that worked out better than I expected. Oh, yeah, okay. One of them actually fell down, so that's good. That's kind of what I wanted. Shit, my runes are actually on that small thing? Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? I had kind of hoped they would kill themselves. Like, both of them, not only one, but... whatever. Fuck, that's actually quite a lot of runes. I shouldn't risk too much. Okay, so I guess you kind of want to do this then, right? Okay. Hoo boy! This level is quite something. There is a... okay, there is a site of grace down there, so that's the ultimate goal, more or less. Oh, for fuck. Are you kidding me? Okay, that's to activate the elevator. Well, at least I can do that. Holy fuck. body fell down quite a long while. I would need to have some sort of, you know what? Fuck, I haven't gotten, I don't have the gravity spell equipped. In a scenario like this, the gravity spell might actually be the way to go, right? Because I probably would have been able to essentially pull him towards me, which might have killed him outright, possibly. Okay, are there more enemies here, or these fucking soldiers are really quite fucking strong. A lot stronger than what I would want them to be, honestly. I haven't really looked at the design of this that much. I wonder what that's supposed to be at the top. Is that some sort of dragon, maybe? It's very, very hard to tell what that entire thing is supposed to represent. There isn't any kind of item over there, right? Is that a soldier running, or was that me? No, it's just a message. You dumb fuck. I thought the glow might be an item, but clearly it wasn't. I feel like somebody will come down that fucking ladder. Who the hell are you fighting with? Is there really nobody here? Oh, never mind. Who the fuck are you? That doesn't look like somebody I want to fight. Of course, he's coming closer to me. Okay, now. Are you kidding me? What the hell did they do here? Well, at least it worked. Why I feel like I'm suddenly underleveled again. What the hell? For the most part, you know, the places where I've been in Caelid haven't felt too bad overall, and suddenly they introduce enemies that feel way, way stronger than me. That was two entire, or almost two entire FP bars in order to kill him. Well, they do have the fucking cat talisman equipped still. I had this earlier, right? It brings this potency of sorceries. I mean, at least they're sort of isolated enemies, but... Ring arc. Doesn't make it much better, though. Okay. So for some reason you can go over here. But that platform will be destroyed. So... Although... no, never mind. There is another elevator down there, but... that's for later, I think. Okay. Is that platform literally here just to sort of make a check that you've paid attention, or what's the deal with this? Because that platform looks like it only exists to bait the player into jumping on it, yet at the same time you also... You have to have been on one of the destroyed ones in order to actually get here. So... Feels like an attention check or something, right? Where they're trying to see if the player actually knows why the other thing collapsed. It just feels quite... I mean, obviously it's a FromSoft game, right? But introducing enemies that are clearly a lot stronger than what you've thought up until this point, in a place like this, where it's also at the same time very, very hard to, you know, actually traverse the entire thing. That is quite something. Wait, I thought only one of them died. Did they both fall down? Oh no, never mind. The other one's just standing there, completely confused as to what the fuck he's supposed to do. Okay. Cool. Well, this is... so, they're still here, right? If I die and respawn at the site of grace, I have to basically run through both of them, then take the stairs, run through the other guy that seems really, really, you know, powerful, at least in terms of his HP. I'd imagine that this guy that was here probably would have dealt quite a lot of damage to me as well. Okay, let's see. I mean, overall it's not too much further down, though. You know, I've made it about 60%, I feel like? 60% of the way? Question obviously being, where's the next jumping off point? Because this drop honestly looks like a bit much. Oh. So either the trick is to sort of awkwardly jump onto that wooden beam and hopefully not slide off in the wrong direction, which seems pretty bullshit to me. Or I'm supposed to maybe destroy the other platform after all? And maybe it'll fall down somewhere to give me some sort of other possible jumping off point, although no. I mean, that's the one, right? That up there, I think, is the platform that can potentially be destroyed. And if it falls down, it literally falls all the way down. I don't think there is like a... I mean, obviously they could create some sort of awkward, completely, I don't know, dumb way that it would work, but... Fuck, are you kidding me? Is this really the... Could this be a dead end? Down ahead. Yeah. He died, right? I don't think this is the correct way to do that. Unless I'm supposed to jump onto the fire, though that seems to be very... unintuitive as well. This can't be it, right? Right? The fuck? Do I have to destroy the other platform and just will it fall in some sort of awkward way that gives me another access point? This is honestly a weird place. I mean, at least it would be somewhat easy to go back here at this point. I don't think... Let me just go back up one more time. The problem is, this is really, really high up, right? I mean... That's just where I've already been. Right? Wait, is it? That body seems new to me, for some reason. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where I already was, right? Where I already jumped down to. It just leads back to the elevator. But the thing is that... So technically, from here, right? I could go this way and jump onto that platform. But there would be no other way to go. It would crumble and just fall all the way. I feel like I'm missing something. But I mean, it would be really dumb if this place just had an illusionary wall somewhere or something. Some bullshit like that. I don't think that platform is the solution. That would be so dumb. Because there's no way that would actually make sense. The biggest problem is I can't jump on it, right? If I jump to it, there's no way for me to go anywhere, even if I could theoretically maybe survive at first. I would just have to die afterwards, which doesn't make any sense to me. Also, it just looks like the elevator is the shortcut, right? There's no way to jump down. Oh god, honestly, to a degree, I actually like platforming in FromSoft games, but if it's getting this ridiculous and you really don't know where to go, especially if the game doesn't actually tell you whether or not you would die from something, because I'm pretty sure... Okay, let's actually do that. The fuck is it called? Do I still have them? Which one is it? Can also be dropped to gauge the distance of a fall. The higher the pitch of the sound. Yeah, okay. Because I'm pretty sure that if I throw it that way, see, this is why I hate this item. That is so... It's such a dumb thing, right? The fact that it's sort of... It's kind of impossible to even throw it somewhere and aim it correctly. I don't... This is... Yeah, it honestly looks like as if the elevator is pretty much the exact point where you would die. Though, and I was thinking about that other message over there, right, is floating in space. So, logically speaking, I think if you jump down on the upper platform that can be destroyed, I think it'll actually fall down here, right? So, sort of between these two platforms down there. So it does make me think that that's the correct way to go, even though it makes no sense at all. If that's actually where you're supposed to go, this is just probably the biggest bullshit level design that I've seen in FromSoft game to date. Because that's literally the only way you can solve this, right? That's the only thing that's still left for me to test or manipulate or something. Okay, let's do this differently. I'm gonna go back here, because I hate having 20,000 runes with me while I'm doing this. So let's go back here. Oh, it's starting to rain. IRL, I mean. And let's get rid of my runes. Let's see, I have this one. Oh, that was a cool animation. Ah, fuck. I probably need to go back to a merchant though, right? These things might just barely not be enough. 41 for 20. Uh-huh. Another 2,000, huh? Oh no, I have one of these still. Should actually be... what was it? 4? Ah, that's... I need to use this. Ah, well. It's just a tiny bit too much, but whatever. One more point into vigor. Also, am I now getting defensive power with every level? Oh no, never mind. I switched from... But I thought that 83 gave me something as well. I feel like the game's now giving me stuff at every level, but... I don't know. Okay, the start to this is going to be really annoying, because I have to... It's actually going to be really annoying anyways, because I just realized that I also have to go past whatever that guy was, right? In order to get to the other platform and fall down. course, he's just straight up hitting me. I swear, if this is the solution to this entire level, that's the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, because this should kill me, right? I'm sorry, this is... like, what? The fuck? Why would you design this way? Oh, that's... why? Honestly, shit like this completely... like, it completely destroys the rest of the level for me. I'm sorry, but this is... like... what? This is... if you design a level like this, with platforming like this is basically design 101, right? This is the absolute mustn't do of platforming, is to introduce things that completely disregard the rules that you've set yourself the entire time, right? If the jump that I did earlier at the beginning, or, well, not exactly at the beginning, but I think one of the first jumps that I tried to take back or down to the elevator with the cat medallion active, if that kills me, then this fall should always be a death fall, right? But it isn't, because FromSoft said, hey, you know, let's do, I don't know. I honestly don't know what they were thinking with this. Did they think that this was like a cool secret or something? Because it isn't. Not at all. This completely took any sense of reward away from this entire level, because it's literally, it's so much bullshit that it completely destroyed any kind of feeling of I guess accomplishment that you could have had traversing this level, because the solution to it all is completely illogical, right? It doesn't make any sense, so there isn't any sort of puzzle that you have to figure out. It's just bullshit. Which is really rather quite unfortunate and, yeah, honestly, completely unnecessary. I mean, as I said, right, the thing is that the game's just not, it doesn't need this. This level could have been really, really well designed without much effort at all. Just put a few more platforming pieces, bits and pieces into it, right? Just one of those tiny things, or tiny platforms that you have to jump onto. The first, it's really hard to explain, but one of these tiny, with the fires are burning, essentially, right? That's what I mean, that thing. The level has one of them where no fire is burning. So you immediately think, oh, cool, that's where you have to jump, right? Just put that one next to the elevator or something. Make it possible to actually jump down there. Yeah. Oh, how... It's just, again, the reason why this annoys me so much is that it's so easy to fix. Yet for some reason they didn't. Clearly thinking that this would be some sort of cool discovery. No, it's not. It's a bullshit discovery. It completely takes any sense of accomplishment out of this level, which is really, really bizarre and unfortunate, to be quite honest. Okay, let's try and deal with this guy. Did they have to put him here? Oh, I can stun him? Well, that's good. But of course only once, for some awkward reason. What? Oh, for fuck's sake, that's not what I wanted to press. This is what I wanted. Oh, for fuck's sake, the PlayStation controller. He's just gonna die. He has a lot of HP, which is really concerning to me, because that most likely means that the boss will have as well. Try snow? Try blood loss. Okay, why the fuck do we have to run by this guy? That's a bit unnecessary. Since they already introduced this enemy type earlier. Why is there another one down here? Just in front of the boss room. Seems a bit unnecessary, but... whatever. What the fuck is down here, though? As a boss, I mean. Okay, let's unequip this. I don't necessarily think the boss is gonna have rot. I mean, I might be wrong on that, obviously, but... I don't think he will have rot. Let's keep this equipped. Let's also go with these again. They've been like a trusted ally in all of this. Yeah, honestly, I have absolutely no idea what's waiting for me down here. Which is cool. Okay. The problem is... I don't have a Somber Smithing Stone 7. That's a really, really big problem. Because... I have these two. I would be able to upgrade my weapon to +9. Which would be a really, 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 really powerful thing, probably. Against whatever's waiting for me down here. The problem is I have absolutely no idea where I'm supposed to get a +7. Well, I mean, if the boss has too much HP, I can always just come back here and do it again, right? That's not necessarily a big problem. Oh, wait, never mind. I need 4 golden seeds now in order to increase my number of flasks. Okay. I can, however, do this. Okay. Would I be able to increase Oleg's potential thing? No. I would need a Ghost Glove word. 6, I think. Yeah. Well, let's just try it. Try and see whatever that boss is. At least this guy is easy to run by. Okay, I can't summon. Godskin Apostle. Ooh. So essentially this is a big version of the dude I was just fighting in order to get here? Ooh, that's... Oh, for fuck's sake. My... Oleg is stuck at the fucking door. Okay, now he's actually dealing with what he's supposed to be dealing with. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate that so much, right? Oh, shit. Holy fuck. Yeah, he has like 1,000,000 HP and also deals a fuck ton of damage. Oh god, that's... okay. Why? Once again, the balancing in Elden Ring is really, really strange. Because everything outside of this Divine Tower tells you, hey, this isn't going to be a problem, right? You are definitely strong enough to deal with this. Yet you enter it, and suddenly the same enemies, these soldiers up top, right? They're suddenly 3 times as strong compared to the exact same enemy type that I've seen outside. At least this guy that is waiting in front of the boss room visually is a different enemy, right? He's like, the way he looks, it's already telling you, hey, this is a strong enemy, right? This is going to be tough to deal with. So that's fine. But the soldiers? That is such a arbitrary change. Okay, well, I got a bit unlucky, obviously, at the start, because fucking Oleg decided to fight the guy on the stairs rather than the boss through the fog gate, which is, see, that's another thing, right? I was talking mainly because before, right, the reason for why he's standing in front of the boss room, I was saying, well, it's a bit unnecessary because we've already seen this enemy type here, right? It doesn't really make sense that he would be right in front of the boss room, especially since you can just run by him, right? It doesn't really introduce any kind of additional challenge or anything, really. So it's annoying and unnecessary that he's here. But the fact that the AI of the summons can glitch out to a point where they can be stuck trying to fight another enemy through the fog gate. You know, a really easy way to fix that is if they had just not placed enemies right in front of the fog gate, but for some reason they did. These kinds of things, I just don't know, how does that happen? Because it's happened to me so many times that you would think that this comes up during QA, right? And again, the solution here, you don't have to do anything complicated, right? You don't have to do anything to the AI or try to do some awkward bug fixing that might be really, really hard to do in terms of, you know, making your spirit summons not attack things through fog walls or something. I realize that can be quite a challenge to fix. But the easy thing is to just not allow enemies to be so close to fog gates. If your AI can't handle that, then just don't do it. But they're repeatedly doing it. This has been an issue at least like 5 times in my playthrough alone, right? So, just why? Just why? It's unnecessary. Okay, still doesn't really answer. I mean, the boss in and of itself didn't necessarily seem too bad. I guess I just have to try it a couple of times, to be honest. The problem is the amount of FP that I have really isn't that much. Without the Great Rune, right? Oh, for fuck's sake. Of course he turns around immediately and does dumb stuff. That honestly just, you know, it makes me not want to fight this boss. The fuck is that? Oh man, FromSoft, why? Why are you destroying your own game so much? God, this is frustrating. I would really, really like to fight this boss, but all I can think about is my fucking summon standing in front of the fog gate trying to fight the thing outside of the fog gate. I mean, obviously I could do it without the summon. That's not necessarily the issue. But I don't know, just why? Why does it have to be so dumb and so bad and so buggy? I do think, though, that going sort of full melee to a degree, and maybe do stuff with poison as well, might not be the worst idea against this guy. Maybe even try this for a change. I haven't even tried the lightning stuff as well. The lightning strike? Definitely a couple of bits and pieces that I could try against him. The rot thing is one thing... I mean, let's just try. Let's just try. I want to do... You know, at this point, I don't really care. Man, this guy is annoying. Just why? You know what? Maybe it'll actually be better. God, I hate that so much. And of course my controller is bugging out as well. Did that even do anything to him? Oh, for fuck's sake. I forgot about that. I just wanna... Okay, I think he's poisoned? Yes. The fuck is that attack? Oh god, that he has this dumb heal punish is the stupidest thing ever. What the fuck is... Oh, FromSoft, really? Was he... That looked like he was just baiting an attack, right? So he was doing something awkward with his weapon. It looked like he was attacking me, but he then sort of put his weapon back and then attacked me. That was some bullshit animation. Okay, so the pots, I don't think poisoning him is sort of the way to go. I mean, I could go with the normal poison pots, that might work, but these ones, they take too long to actually poison him, right? I think it took 3 or something. The problem is that his HP are just too high for me currently, I feel like. For some awkward reason, they decided to massively inflate the HP all of a sudden. I mean, that's probably also why they give you the upgrade items while you're getting into this tower, right? To make you capable of fighting him. Which obviously, well, is a problem if I'm missing the in-between upgrade item. God, I hate that so much. I hate the fact that it's buggy. Because, well, fighting him alone at this point just doesn't make any sense, because it takes way too long to take down his HP. That's going to be a very, very boring fight, especially with the attacks that he has. He, once again, only really allows you to do, like, one attack in between. One thing that I could do, theoretically, is, since my weapon also has blood loss on it, right? I could try to get blood loss procs and maybe attack him with my crossbow from a distance with the blood loss bolts that I have. I do think I have... So the rot, when I was attacking him with my dragon head, I think the rot was literally doing nothing to it. I could try the lightning as well. Let's see here. Fire's probably not going to do that much. My spells aren't too bad, but yeah, his HP is definitely, that's the problem. I'm just wondering whether or not there was one thing that I might wanna. That's not gonna help. That's not gonna deal enough damage, I think. Normal poison might be like a thing. Yeah, I don't think switching any of this is necessarily going to do something. The problem is also just the amount of damage that his normal attack deals, or like that's very annoying because he's two-shotting me again. And I already put that many points into Vigor, right? I really don't like that. I really don't like that they're suddenly sort of, for some awkward reason, massively inflate HP and attack damage from enemies. I mean, either or is fine, right? Either make something attack really strongly but have less HP, or give them more HP but don't make their attacks that strong. Either or, right? But both at the same time, especially massively increase to everything that's outside the tower, like literally on the outside, right? I don't know, it's just weird. Yeah, I don't think the lightning is going to do much. I'm honestly inclined to just come back later. Because I can't really stun him. Yeah, you know what? It's easy enough to come back to. There's no reason to do it right away. And it's just gonna annoy me to no end. That's basically the biggest problem, right? The fight wouldn't be fun, it would just be annoying. And I don't know, why go through that, right? It's literally there is no reason why you need to put yourself through it, because the entire point of the game is to have fun. And the boss, the biggest problem is that I already feel like I figured out all of his attacks. I would just need to learn it, and that's boring. Right? It's not necessarily the most interesting boss design if he can two-shot you. Oh. I'm dry as a bone. Fool dragon, surrender your strength. Let me feast on your heart. Oh. I wonder if those glowing eyes, because I also have glowing eyes since I consumed the dragon hearts. I think that's what it's connected to, right? And this, I don't know if all the spirits, I mean, most of the other spirits have their eyes closed, I think. Huh. I wonder why he's looking at the tower, though. It seems rather strange. Well, let's check out the rest here. So there's a couple of dragons here, obviously. Dragons that don't drop hearts for whatever reason. Can you please just fucking pick up the item? The horse. Why is the horse this bad? I wonder how that works. Why the fuck are you not allowed to pick up items during this animation? That has to be some sort of engine limitation, right? It's the only thing that makes sense, really. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? God, this is bad. The fall damage is a really, really big problem of this game. Like, a really big problem. It's all, honestly, with the verticality that they introduced to the world, it's very reminiscent of The Witcher 3 when it originally released. Right? When The Witcher 3 released, Geralt would die from, like, 1 meter falls. So literally, this kind of a fall, this could kill you. When The Witcher 3 released originally. So obviously that was a bit more bullshit than here in Elden Ring, but yeah. The inconsistency of when you die and when you don't, see, because this doesn't kill me at all, right? It doesn't even damage me. And then look at this from here. That's what I dropped down from. And that's what I dropped down from earlier. For some reason, one of them killed me, the other one didn't. Even though they're, I don't know, 2-3 meters maybe in difference. Yeah. I really wish they would have done that differently. Oh. Wait, is there like a... There's nothing here though. Do we need to lure one of the dragons over here to destroy this thing? Probably, huh? Why does the wall continue here anyways? Seems kind of strange, doesn't it? Still doesn't really make sense that the wall would exist at all, I feel like. Ugh. Okay, buddy. Really? He literally just went through the fucking worm. For some reason. Okay, there's an Everjail here? He's just going back to where he was. Completely... Huh. Oh well. Let's try the Everjail, I guess, and find the next boss that is going to completely annoy me for some awkward and stupid reason. I swear, if this fucking Everjail has the same HP and attack power inflation as the guy in the Divine Tower, it's gonna be really dumb. This is all there is to this area, though, right? There is this Everjail, and then that's it. Celia Everjail. Well, let's see what this is going to be. Guess let's start off with magic, huh? Oh, hello. Well, this is dumb. Oh, the hammer. I know that magic. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just let me hit you, goddammit. Oh, he almost killed me there. Why is he suddenly doing... Is he running out of FP or something? No, apparently not. Battle Mage... Hugus? Hey, cool. I get him as a summon. Wow. See, this is exactly what I mean. I was literally able to tank myself through that without having to learn anything, because I was dealing so much damage to him. What the fuck is up with that? Like, why would you put an Everjail here that I can literally tank myself through because it's so easy, and because the amount of damage that I deal and that my enemy deals are so, like, I'm completely overpowering him, right? Yet, I don't know, very, very close to here, we have the Divine Tower with an enemy at the bottom that has, I don't know, at least 4 times the HP pool of this guy? Something like that? With way higher defenses and his damage being, I don't know, at least 2 times as high? Like, what is up with that? That is so strange. I mean, maybe the intention actually is that you're supposed to go back, right? That you're supposed to, I guess, do the other boss at another time? This is a legendary Ash. How do you pronounce his name, though? Hugus? It's not Hugo, so Hugus. Came from Celia to study the Heimer Conspectus at the Academy, where he became a battle mage. Heimer scholars seek to quell conflict with cannon fire and the gavel, but Hugus developed a longing for it. Okay. Well, I mean, since I'm a mage myself, I think a spirit summon like Oleg makes more sense, because he can sort of tank for me, right? Draw the aggro from the enemy. Whereas I feel like this guy would make more sense for a melee build. It's just as a bit of an underwhelming reward, I think, for an Everjail. Oh, there is another Earth Tree here as well. I guess let's see how strong the Earth Tree spirit is in this particular case. Oh, hi. Wait. Did I just not see the dragon earlier? Guess I must have gone somewhere else. I wonder if I can... Where was that statue? It's over there. Yo, buddy, can you come with me for a second? I need your help. Yeah, I know. Come on. Are you fucking kidding me? Hello, Mr. Dragon. Are you... What the fuck is he doing? Come here, you big doofus. Is he just not able to attack? What the hell is he doing? Or is his AI too dumb to follow me? Can you, like, just... Fucking hell. What the hell is he doing? He just doesn't care. I guess he just doesn't want to fight? Of course he... What the fuck? Why does that deal so much damage? What the fuck? He literally doesn't care about me. Or I think it's like the gap in between the wall so small that he just can't move through it. Oh no, now he's doing it. Finally. Come here, you big doofus. God, that's a slow dragon, holy fuck. Hopefully he's actually gonna destroy the statue, though. Oh. What the... What? Why did that one-shot me? I was almost at full HP! I mean, I guess he hit me, like, from behind or something? What the fuck was that? What is up with the damage values seem completely random? What the hell? Well, at least I think the statue keeps being destroyed, right? So I don't have to do that again. So let's see. Don't want to die from falling. What the fuck was up with that attack? That was literally 90% of my HP with one attack. Wow, what a great thing to find. How weird. Well. I guess let's move here, huh? Check out whatever this church thing is supposed to be about. At least these dragons, I mean, well, it makes sense that the dragons are slow, though, because they put quite a lot of them in here, and I think it would be really annoying to traverse this if they would constantly sort of jump and fly after you. So it makes sense that they're somewhat slow, I think. What's interesting to me, though, is that this area overall seems rather larger than I would have thought it would be. Huh. Oh, so I guess this path... Okay, this path is like further down. So let's... I guess let's check the upper portion first. Though, I do think... what the... Is that a living dragon or a corpse? Definitely looks larger than the other ones, though. I was just kind of going to say that... I mean, he does look dead, right? Also, there's, like, smaller dragons next to it. The... kind of an issue that... Fuck. Okay, never mind. That's a living fucking dragon. Holy shit. What the hell is going on? Why is there a giant fucking dragon lying here? Okay, let me go up here. This is Skyrim traversal. What, also? Hi. I actually did not expect to find items up here. What's the effect that's on me? That looks like decreased defense and decreased offense as well. Smithing Stone 8. Is that what this dragon is doing? They can't literally expect you to fight like 4 dragons at once, right? And this giant thing. Maybe the giant dragon isn't actually moving, and it's just giving you the debuffs? That might also be a thing. I feel like there has to be some sort of trick to this though, right? Because... well, I wouldn't be capable of actually killing all these dragons on my own. Mainly because I just don't deal enough damage for that. Is this actually a living dragon? I don't think it's going to move, though. It has an HP bar. Right? Can I actually kill this thing? Holy shit. Wait, does blood loss buildup actually do... I didn't realize that. I think blood loss buildup actually deals some sort of percentage damage. Am I cheesing this dragon, or is he not supposed to move? Because this is going to take some time, I feel like. But technically this won't do anything, right? I think he just moved slightly. Can I get blood loss multiple times, though? He literally has, like, 40,000 HP or something. I feel like this is not necessarily how you're meant to do this. I don't know why. No, obviously I know why, but the weird thing is he's moving, but he's not really doing anything, right? But I feel like you kind of want to get rid of him first, right? Because, I mean, otherwise he's going to keep these debuffs on me the entire time. I am wondering though why none of the other dragons has actually decided to come up here and attack me. This can't be how you're meant to do this. I mean, in a way it has to be though, right? My fucking blood loss proc does like 13,000 damage. Okay, this is one of the strangest encounters that I've had so far in this game. Although, well, technically there have been a few that have been strange, now that I think about it. Is it bleeding gold now? Did he do that before? Or is that my axe doing holy damage to it? He's actually dead. The fuck? 5 hearts? You fucking serious? Okay. Huh, the debuffs are still on me though. Should probably grab that Sign of Grace, to be honest. Okay, well, was this how you were meant to fight him? Because, well, otherwise I literally would have to have killed all the other dragons first, I guess. Though I don't necessarily think he would move at all, right? Oh. Okay, yeah, the debuffs just took some time to wear off. But the other dragons are gone now, too. So were they some sort of... Were they some sort of spirit dragons that were summoned in by the bigger one? How are you... But I feel like had I approached the dragon from the other side, so theoretically, right, had I gotten rid of the smaller dragons first and then approached the big one, I don't think it would have necessarily been different. Because he still wouldn't have moved, right? So it would have been more or less the same thing. There is another dragon there, though. So not all of them disappeared. How strange. Imagine how fucking long this would have taken without the fucking blood loss. That is weird. I mean, think about it. I got four exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, 4 blood loss procs. Every one of those dealing more than 13,000 damage. That means if you're doing this without blood loss, you have to deal 52,000 damage more. Wait, is that correct? Yeah. No. Yes, 52,000 damage more through your own attacks. What the fuck? Is this really... There has to be some sort of trick to this as well, right? I refuse to believe that this is the way how you're supposed to get rid of this dragon. There has to be some sort of trick to it. I guess, well... Now that I think about it, they also give you the Dragon Wound Grease in this level, right? So maybe he just takes an insane amount of damage when you're using the Dragon Wound Grease? That might be a thing. Yeah, that would make more sense, I feel like. Let's just grab the... Also, did he drop... Holy fuck, he dropped like 90,000 runes. Wow. What a weird encounter. 2 levels at once, not bad. What the hell? Yeah, and he definitely doesn't respawn. I mean, that makes sense, otherwise I would have farmed some runes right now. But what a weird thing. What the hell? Yeah, there has to be some trick to it. Well, the problem is that I don't have... unless I would change the Ashes of War again, I don't really have another weapon, a normal weapon that I could apply the Dragon Wound Grease to that is also upgraded. So... should have probably tested that. There has to be some sort of trick to this. Now I'm actually wondering, I have to test the dragon wound grease for on actual dragons at some point. Wait, is that the earth tree thing down there over my head right now? That would be a weird location for it, but okay. Also, is there no item on top of this skull or whatever it is? It's very weird in general, because now this entire area is just empty, right? No dragons there anymore, not the big dragon is gone, just an empty place. How the fuck did I even get on this? I think I have to go down here? Yeah. Oh, I think. Yeah, so I can jump back up if I wanted to. Okay, that's fine. So it's just this fort that's left here, I guess. I do have to remember to go back to the desert at some point and check out where the fuck that weird cave that the statue was pointing to is supposed to be. Also, why the hell are people hung at every goddamn fort that I go to? Everywhere I go, people have been hung and killed and... the hell? No nice places to be found. This place... I was gonna say, from the outside it looked a bit too similar to the one in Limgrave, but... the inside looks quite different. Fort Farith. Let's just summon. Oh, hi. He's just immediately going ham on these things. Once again, they... although, well... my Great Rune currently isn't active, right? So that might be the reason for my attacks not hitting as hard as I'm used to, I guess. Oh fuck, I'm poisoned? Really? Oh shit, I don't have the antidote thing. The fuck was that? Is the poison even doing anything to me? Is he just taking all of them on by himself? Oh, oops. That's my FP gone. Oh, hi. At least they always drop like a shit ton of runes. Oh, hi. How many of you guys are here? Holy shit. Am I still poisoned? Yeah. Wait, is the... Did I imagine that, or is the poison just not doing anything to me anymore? Am I resistant to poison for some reason? Are the dragon hearts that I've consumed making me resistant to poison? I know that it's a bit dumb, but I'm just attributing everything to the fucking dragon hearts at this point. I don't know. That's the only thing that has been described as being, well, both harmful to the body, but also possibly, changing it in some form. How the fuck were people hung up there? And why? Why would you do that? Holy fuck. Okay, there is some sort of orange item in here, so now I'm really intrigued. Oh, there, I see you. Also, holy fuck, I just realized I got... Oh no, never mind. I started off with like 12k runes, right? For a second there, I thought that this entire room of enemies gave me like 22,000 runes. That would have been quite a lot. Wait, so I can't destroy this, okay. So I guess we somehow need to go through this thing. Also, why would you build a wooden wall inside of a stone wall? Seems like a strange design choice, but oh well. I definitely got a couple of those golden rune 9s as well. So I think I'm actually quite close to another level. Wait, is this where I'm supposed to go? Oh, I can drop back down, okay. He just teleports here. Okay, I found the fucking medallion. That's for, let's see. Wait, that's so weird though. Yeah, it's a Dectus, Grand Lift of Dectus. That's the one that leads to the Altus Plateau, right? Atlas Plateau. I'm always calling it the Altus Plateau for some reason. No, it's called the Altus Plateau. Yeah, Altus. I was right on that, yeah. Never mind. Disregard what I was saying. The Altus Plateau. The left half is said to reside in the coastal fort Height to the far west. Oh, this one is literally telling you where the other one is. The right half is said to reside in Fort Farith in the Dragon Barrow. Okay, never mind. They both tell you that. Why the fuck would they keep these two medallions in these forts, though? What is the significance of these forts? Because they seem so random, right? Were you angry at the boxes? What did the poor boxes do to you? What the hell? But yeah, I mean, why have these two forts be the places where the medallions are? That seems rather random, doesn't it? Maybe I missed some sort of significance of these places? Like some description or something that would have told me why these are these specific places where... Oh, hello. Where the medallions are? Also, what are these magical soldiers doing here? So I guess this must have been some sort of fort that might have been connected to Celia? Was he trying to kick me down the fucking... Ooh. That was... annoying. Why are you trying to kick me, you... Oh! Fucking hell! Oleg's fucking attack went so far that he literally activated the next spirit. Radan soldiers. Yeah, I really don't get the significance of these forts. I mean, if I had to, I don't know, sort of hide these medallions. I mean, think about it, right? These medallions are literally the way to transport you to probably the most important place in this entire world, correct? So wouldn't you sort of want to make them as inaccessible and hidden as possible? Still not the last one? Okay, clearing out this entire fort actually did give me 20,000 runes. This might not be too bad to try and clear with one of the pickled foul foot things active. There's still another one? Are you kidding me? I feel like if I had killed everything, Oleg would probably disappear, right? This just leads back to where I came, correct? But yeah, I mean, like, I feel like I've missed something here. Well, then again, we don't even really know why this medallion exists in the first place, I guess? Right? Because you'd assume that sort of getting to the capital at one point must have been, well, not necessarily a normal thing, right? Not necessarily something that most people were doing, but you kind of would assume that it probably would have been some sort of really often used trade route or something, right? Still hear something. Oh, there's a rat here. Okay. Right. I'm just when I was at the lift, I sort of thought that, holy shit, this rat literally had 1,400 HP. Okay, sure. I sort of thought that it looked, well, like a place of trade, of commerce, right? A connection between the capital and the rest of the lands between. And so I kind of assumed that you would basically be oh, for fuck's sake. How did that hit me? Oh shit, my stamina. Okay. What? That was the hell? Why was the body glitching into me like that? Looked weird. I don't know, I just I honestly think that I'm missing something here with the medallions, because it just feels so damn random that they would be in these forts, right? With seemingly no real connection to anything. Why are there bloodstains here? Did people die to rats falling down or what? Okay, what is this? Radagon's Sore Seal. Another one of these eyes. So you have Radagon's Scar Seal, raises attributes but also increases damage taken. In this case, Vigor, Endurance, Strength, and Dexterity. And we have Radagon's Sore Seal. Greatly raises Vigor, Endurance, Strength, and Dexterity, but also increases damage taken by a similar measure. So this is like a stronger version of this then. Oh, that's interesting. This legendary talisman is an eye engraved with an Elden rune said to be the seal of King Consort Radagon. Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike annoying curse from which there is no deliverance. So there's literally stronger versions of these things. That's interesting. You think I should equip this? So it would give me 2 more Vigor, 2 more Endurance, Strength, and Dexterity. So the other one raised my attributes by 3. This one does by 5. Okay. And, well, the interesting part about this is that it would also increase my equipment load, which is kind of cool. The only thing that I need to take a look at... Wait, can I... Switch view right. Oh, yeah, this. This doesn't look too bad, right? The difference there? In terms of the damage that I would be taking? Let's try. Well, let's try how good it is. The kind of... I could literally equip 2 of them. Oh, okay, you can't. I was thinking about that. I was thinking, wait, couldn't you equip both of them at the same time, but it doesn't let you. Interesting. Rather interesting. Okay. Well, this was definitely worth it. So, okay, the problem why I don't necessarily like these medallion pieces at this point in time is that because I don't really know what they're about and what they're, like, why they are here specifically in these 2 forts, because the game doesn't really explain that. Not only does it seem somewhat random, but it also seems... I don't know, it doesn't really make sense is the problem, right? Because, well, there might be an explanation to it, but at this point in time I just don't know that. So, it seems random because of that, and, well, it seems like, wouldn't the medallion practically be one of the most important items that exist in this game, in a way? Not necessarily in the game, well, I haven't really completed the game, so I don't really know, right? Obviously, but it does seem as if they would be like a very, very core piece of something that this game has, right? Like a very core element to it. So, for example, I would have expected maybe Godric and Radahn to drop these medallions when they die, right? When you kill those big bosses. I mean, obviously they already dropped the Great Rune, so I feel like maybe they didn't want to put all of those things on the like important bosses of the game, and I get that. But at the same time, placing both of them in some random chest somewhere seems somewhat strange. Though, I mean, arguably, these medallions probably would have existed a lot more during a time where the Grand Lift was still actively used. I mean, as I said before, right, there had to have been a point in time where the highway, let's say, between the capital and the Academy of Raya Lucaria would have still been intact, and probably would have been quite frequently used by people doing trade between the Academy and the capital, right? I mean, that must have been, or must have existed at a certain point in time, otherwise they wouldn't have built that giant bridge that leads from the Academy to the capital, right? And so, at that point in time, I would assume that a lot of these medallions probably also existed to, well, make that possible, right? To make it possible for a lot of people to actually travel and use the lift between the Academy and the capital. And for some reason, the only two pieces of a medallion that are left were placed in these forts. That's the part that is a bit strange, right? Is that just random chance, essentially? Is it just that these forts were part of the trade between the capital and the rest of the lands between, and they just happened to have the rest of this medallion in them? Or were they maybe by somebody, were they tasked with watching over the medallions? Although clearly they didn't really do a good job with that, because both forts are completely destroyed, everybody killed. Though for some awkward reason the medallions are still there. I don't know. It just seems so random for an item, or two items in this case, that seem so central to the game. I mean, from a gameplay structure, it doesn't really make that much of a difference, right? In terms of gameplay, you can either take the more complicated path that I took, working your way up through those, ladders and everything that's sort of on the outside next to the Grand Lift, and you can still get to the Altos Plateau, right? And then I guess if you've done the fort in Limgrave, and you've done this one, and you've been to Caelid here, or technically, if you know where they are, you could also just somehow ride over here, quickly grab the medallion, teleport back, and you would be able to use the lift, right? So if you know what you're doing, or on a second playthrough, obviously this does enable you to very quickly reach the capital, I guess. But that being said, I mean, I don't know, it honestly just feels so incredibly random. I don't really know what to make of it, to be honest. Okay, so I've looked at this entire thing, so now all I need to check out are these two paths as well. Just let me quickly, before I continue, I just want to check one thing real quick, because I do need to think about something to eat as well. Though once again, with everything here, I'm quite confused as to why the Divine Tower is why this is still such a problem for me. I don't really get it, to be quite honest. Let's move back to the merchant and sell some stuff, because I think I can at least level once. Potentially even twice, but mainly once. Where is he? Wait. Oh, hello! Bell-bearing hunter? Holy shit, why do you have... Why do they all have to have so much HP? Are you fucking kidding me? Every goddamn time. Wait, is that the same guy that appears in the church? Okay, so that, I was really confused. So the merchant just disappears and then the spell-bearing hunter comes. So is that something that can, like, randomly happen at certain places at night, or is... Because I think that's actually, isn't that the same guy that also invaded, or, well, not really invaded, but came to me in the church where the giant turtle is? That's... Okay, wait a second. I need to check one thing real quick before I do anything else. And then I need to think about this. Although, yeah, I mean, the weird part here is, I think this is an encounter that can be triggered by nightfall. Yet at the same time, I don't know if the location is random, or if there are multiple locations with multiple different instances of this specific fight. That's what I'm not really sure about. Oh, for fuck's sake, what's going on? My browser's not responding. Oh, whatever. But that was strange. Okay, let me quickly do this. So 44,623.
Back already. Unusual. Did this aged merchant have something that caught your eye?
What was it? 44,000 something. So this just gives me 12,500. Does this have some sort of other effect? What did I just say? 44,000 something, right? So if I do this...
Have a safe.
Yeah. Let's see. 44,623.
Anything?
44,623.
Safe.
Perfect. Yeah, definitely need to figure out how these encounters work. So now I'm at 35 vigor. Unfortunately, though... Well, I do need to remember that by using this talisman, right, that I just found, I am increasing the damage against me, so I'm not entirely certain how much of an effect that actually has, to be completely honest. I don't really want to not use it, though. Right? I mean, that's... Feels like that wouldn't really be the best option either. So the reason why I'm saying this is I'm not really sure what to go for next. Should I just keep increasing vigor at this point? Or should I should I try and go for other stuff? mean, yeah, I might want to actually change up the stuff that I'm wearing at this point in time. Potentially to also increase my defenses, to be completely honest. Actually, let me put the staff here, because one thing that I'm quite sure about that I don't want to do anymore is equipping my shield. That's something that I don't really want to use at this point. Do I actually have anything that would give me more defenses, though? This says 8.8 physical defense. This would be 13.5. This is still medium load, though, the Carry Knight armor. This would be pretty awesome. 11.8. Also 13.5, but that would get me to heavy load. The Clean World armor looks awesome, though, right? Yeah. Big fan of this, but unfortunately I can't wear it. This also looks absolutely awesome. Kind of a big fan of this as well. I mean, the hood technically has like a different color to it. But considering that I'm some sort of, I don't know, magic knight, whatever the fuck that would be called, would make sense to wear this, right? Okay, that would be heavy load. This is technically just not as good, and that would be heavy load as well. So the thing is, this would only have a little bit more strike resistance. The thing is, unfortunately, that the let's see, the immunities are a lot stronger on my original armor, right? Robustness not so much, but the other stuff is a big difference. So I'm really not sure. That's actually one of the biggest reasons why I've kept the other armor the entire time, right? Because I was thinking about, well, that's still a very good thing, right? I mean, I feel like the sort of difference in strength, or in defensive stuff with this one, like it's not that much of a difference, to be completely honest. It's very hard because it feels like there aren't actually, you know, straight up upgrades with all of this stuff. Because most of the stuff that actually increases my physical damage negation doesn't increase my damage negation by that much, but it loses me a lot of resistances. Because this says 44, 24, 34, 34. 44, yeah. Well, it's more robustness. I do like the increased immunity, though. I mean, not that it makes that much of a difference, but... Man, the thing is, I really want to switch up my look, but in terms of stats, the stuff that I'm wearing actually suits me the best, I feel like. Can't really do that much more with the stuff that I have. It's rather quite unfortunate, to be honest. Okay, so before I continue though, I just want to check this thing out. So if I go back to the Church of Vows and turn things to nighttime. Okay, so the turtle is currently there. What happens if I turn this to nighttime? Are there, like, specific places where these people can show up? Or what is going on here? The turtle is still there. Or does it have to be sort of midnight or something? Ah, now he's gone, I think. Okay, so it needs to be not exactly nightfall, it needs to be like an hour past it or something. So is this guy going to be easier than the other one? Or is it the same? Yeah, he's definitely easier to deal with. Okay. Which doesn't mean that he's easy to deal with. That range is pretty bullshit. Oh, oops. God, I hate the fucking punishment on... Can you please... Why is the game sometimes eating your inputs? And why was I stuck on that? Oh, God. I hate some of the attack patterns in this game, man. What a stupid range for that. For fuck's sake! Are you kidding me? What is that range? Of course, I knew it! Fucking hell, is this annoying! Okay, this is probably one of the most annoying fights that I've done up until this point. Oh, I pressed fucking circle! God damn it! Honestly, this fight is actually probably easier up close. So what the fuck is going on with him? Like... I mean, clearly he has to be connected to... Wait, so he's a bell-bearing hunter. He... Okay, let me try and two-hand this stuff. This is rather annoying as well, right? So you have to wait for nightfall and then rest at the site of grace again to trigger the encounter, which is not at all annoying. But okay. At least I know how it triggers him. Now I actually wonder... Yeah, he's a lot easier up close, to be honest. Nope. Well, that was bullshit. God, I hate the fucking heal punish so much. That is so unnecessary. How the fuck did that hit me? Can you please just get up? Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you just stop with that bullshit? Every fucking time you heal, it just automatically triggers an attack from him. That is so dumb. Like, the amount of time that you need to heal is exactly sort of 2 frames short of you being able to roll out of his attacks. I don't know. Just, the problem isn't even that he does that, right? The problem isn't that you need a specific point to find to heal. The problem is the specific amount of animations that it takes. Because it feels like you should just be able to do it, but you aren't able to do it. And that just feels bad. It's just it's not the fact that they do it this way, it's the way how they do it that's bad. Meet Peddler's Bell Bearing. So he isn't that hard to defeat overall. I just feel like this would be incredibly annoying against the other one, considering that he has way more HP than this guy. They're probably the exact same enemy, though, I'd imagine. Okay. So what's his deal, though? Offer to Twin Maiden Husk for new item access. So, huh? Bell bearing of an unfortunate meat peddler who was slain by the bell bearing hunter. Offer to the Twin Maiden Husks at the Round Table Hall to gain access to the following items. Sliver of meat, lump of flesh, and turtleneck meat? Are you fucking kidding me? Cool. Well, that's very underwhelming. He was a meat peddler? So the entire reason why he attacks me is just because he wants to have my meat? What? Okay. Sure. Now I'm sort of wondering, though. There could be other places where I've potentially missed these kinds of encounters because it wasn't Nightfall, right? Just rather interesting.
Greetings.
Obviously, it makes no sense whatsoever that the way this encounter occurs, right? I don't know why they specifically choose places for this. I guess they want to make it look cool. That you come back to a place for an NPC, right? You come back here because you want to talk to the turtle or something, and then suddenly you get attacked and you're confused by it. I guess that's what they're going for. The problem is, obviously, there is no logical explanation as to how it can be done that way because, well, the turtle is here, right? It's as if the bell-bearing hunter just said, oh, hey, turtle, can you move out of the way so that I can fight that guy that often comes here and, you know, try and deal with him? That's just dumb, right? It doesn't, like, logically, it doesn't really make any sense. So, I don't know. I kind of wish they would have put an encounter like this to a place that's empty, but I can understand that in that particular case, it would be very hard to actually find it, right? Because it's very unlikely that players would come back to places they've already been to that they know are empty. I don't know. I guess it's also specifically because there's a giant turtle here. If instead of the turtle, you know, the merchant in Caelid, I think works a lot better because you could sort of explain it by saying, well, the merchant might have moved, right? He might have moved somewhere else for the night. Even though that never happens. See, this is another place where they could actually increase sort of the internal logics of their world. Why not make the merchants so that they only appear at specific points in time, right? Some merchants are only there during night, some are only there during day, and then they would have a logical explanation as to why these bell-bearing hunters might come to a place where currently there is no merchant there. I don't know, just an idea, right? But especially in this particular case, it just, unfortunately, it just doesn't really make any sense. That's the biggest issue that I have with it. If it would make more sense, then sure, do it. But, Also, the fact that the reward is literally shit, you know, doesn't really increase, like, the... doesn't make the encounter any better, is what I'm trying to say, right? The rewards are really, really bad. Though it does give me a reason. Let's just go back to the Roundtable Hold. I want to see, you know, there might be something that changed here or something. I don't know. You never quite know, right? People might have been killed. But yeah, just to the point that I was talking about earlier, right? These two fingers, they look like they're made out of flesh, clearly, right? Though... maybe not. See, that's the thing, right? Since they're also in the dark... because trees also have amber in them, right? Or not amber, but the... not amber. Well, the liquid, right? That they have. Trees, that is. So technically, I guess, a tree could look somewhat fleshy. Not entirely sure about that, though. Seems like a somewhat... yeah, I don't know. Is this... Are the two fingers part of the Earth tree? Like roots that just happen to look like fingers? I'm really not sure about that. Alright, I just want to quickly make my usual rounds and take a look at whether or not there's something else here. But... well, I haven't really done anything too specific. Well, except for the fact that I've unlocked the power of Radahn's Great Rune, right?
Journey to the two things you may be.
Okay. I don't know what's... these medallions seem really strange, to be quite honest. Also, this stuff is, like, really expensive, isn't it? Let me actually get these two, by the way. But, I mean, 1,000 runes for one sliver of meat? Wouldn't it be much more effective to just grind for it? It's kind of strange to me, honestly. And it's still... okay, so at this point in time, I've literally found a fucking somber smithing stone 9. And the game still only lets me purchase 1 and 2s. That is really rather unfortunate, to be honest. Oh, Hunter multiplayer. Nice, nice. If you use the blue cipher ring, you will make yourself open to summons for rescue from other worlds. The multiplayer session will begin once you've been summoned by a hunter, as a hunter, and your objective is to defeat the invader of that world. Composite at the top of the screen indicates the direction of the summoner. If you use a white cipher ring, you will automatically request for a hunter from another world to come to your rescue when your world is invaded. The hunter will be summoned once the request succeeds, and their objective is to defeat the invader of your world. Well, the problem is that only really makes sense if you're actually doing multiplayer, though, right? Which is...
I asked you not be thankful of it is all the...
you know, I don't know. I always thought that was one of the most interesting things about FromSoft games, is that they were sort of always multiplayer, right? I mean, in the other games, in Dark Souls especially, right? You're able to be invaded just like that. If you're human, you can be invaded, right? There is nothing that you specifically have to do to enable that. Whereas here in Elden Ring, you can only be invaded if you've already summoned an actual player to your help. Which I don't really like it that much, to be honest. Yeah, I can't really do anything. I mean, I could upgrade this guy. I don't really know why, though. Could also upgrade these guys. I wonder how good she is, like in terms of healing. Uses healing incantations and holy water pots. Maybe I should upgrade her. I just want to try how, or if, that could be a way to do certain encounters.
Well, I took you've known how to lay out your own.
Also, I'm still wondering when she's actually going to do something.
Miss Ash, it reminds me of...
Because she's still just saying the exact same stuff she was saying before. I wonder when something else will happen at the Round Table Hold. Which is, I mean, I talked about that at length at some point, right? The fact that it seems like the game has these trigger points where a lot of things happen at once, and then for a long time nothing happens. And I think that's even exaggerated by the fact that it's an open world game, so it can take, you know, hours upon hours for you to actually find the specific trigger points that change something about the world and about the state of the Round Table Hold in the specific instance. Oh well. Okay, I've given them the bell bearing. There are two other things I think that I wanted to check out. Let's hopefully not forget about them. One thing I remember. What was the other thing? Oh no. I forgot what I wanted to look at. Wait, what was it? There was another thing that I just wanted to take a look at, where I wasn't quite sure if something might have changed. Fuck, why did I think I wanted to look at some sort of other NPC, but... Wait, what the hell? The hell was I thinking about? Oh, also, wait. Oh. Huh? Why does it say Sage Gowry? Is that guy back at that location? Well, that's weird. Shit, why did I forget the other thing? Let me just... I think there was something else that I wanted to do. Maybe. Oh, right. The Dragon Hearts. Now I remember. Okay. Yeah, let me actually do that first. No, never mind. Let's go to the shack first. Then I'm going to check the Dragon Hearts. And then I want to check the last teleporter at the 4 Belfries. Or 3 Belfries? Whatever. You know what I mean, I think. Because I found the last of the... Wait, is that troll actually staying dead when you kill it? Oh, that's quite fortunate. Maybe I should have gone to the shack this way rather than always going through Celia, but... Also, I still wonder whether or not this dog actually belongs to the sage. If it's some sort of guardian dog that he employs. Okay, so... what? Like, where the hell did you go? Last time I was here, why was only Millicent here and not you?
Kindly for giving the needle to Millicent.
He doesn't even comment on that.
Now she too can begin her journey and stare her fate straight in the eye. You've been a saint through and through. As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Salians, descendants of the Eternal.
So I think we already knew that, right? Something else told that story more or less, or not told that story, but something else definitely already told us that the Sellians are descended from the Eternals somehow. That there is some sort of connection there. We definitely heard about that in the past. Though, descendants of the Eternals. The thing is, we don't really know what that means, right? Let's tell him. She paid a visit.
You noticed, did you? Indeed, Millicent did visit this hole of a home. It seems the memories eaten away by the rotting sickness yet remain, but faintly. However, she has no need of me anymore. No, she must embark on her journey and stare her fate in the eye. I mustn't impede. As I've aged, I've found the best way to aid the young is to be forgotten.
That's rather sad. I get what he is trying to say, right? He doesn't really want to make her... I mean, if he would have been here, which I assume the sort of implication here is that he saw her coming and hid somewhere, or made himself invisible or something. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but that's the implication, right? He saw that she was coming and decided, no, I don't want to meet her because that will just bring back her memories of me, and she might be attached to me then. I get that sentiment, right? I definitely understand that maybe older people might be thinking, oh, you know, I don't really want to I don't want to hinder a younger person sort of moving on and dealing with their own life by making them attached to me and making them attached to an older person and, well, potentially putting them into a situation where they have to decide on whether or not they want to pursue their own goals or they want to help the older person. I get the idea behind it. I know this is going a bit more IRL, I guess, but I understand I understand where it's coming from, but I do think that, you know, you should always let people make their own choices, right? If somebody wants to care for, let's say, an older family member, for example, and they do give up on some of their own life in order to do it, then that is their choice, right? That's what they want to do. And yeah, I don't know. I always feel like it's better to let people make their own choices rather than making choices for them. Though I understand why he made the choice. One other interesting thing that he said, or rather the way he said it, was that she needs to stare her destiny in the eye, like that iPod, or staring it into the eye. I thought was a rather quite interesting description because, well, I'm just thinking about the eyes that we found, the talisman that I literally just found, right, that I'm using currently. Those talismans looked like eyes. Eyes were the great runes of, well, presumably the person that owned the eye followed another, like one of the demigods, essentially, right? I think that's the implication behind it, and that's why that specific eye then got engraved with that specific rune. I'm just wondering whether or not, when he's talking about she needs to stare something in the eye, if that's actually meant literally. And she needs to, I don't know, look at a great rune or something, or needs to engrave a rune on her eye, or I don't know, something like that. Well, I mean, hopefully we'll meet her again at some point. Hey, he's selling glintstone stars. I already have that. Night Shot. Swiftly fires semi-invisible magic projectile. Don't I have something similar as well? I think it's called something different. Might be like another version of this. Wasn't it Celia where I found it? Or it might have been close to this place. I don't know. And he has the Night Maiden's Mist. Releases a life-sapping silver mist before the caster, dealing damage to all caught within, including the caster. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. The sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. What? The Night Maiden? So she's living in Nokron? Who the hell is that? I feel like I've heard something about that already. Is that referring to... I think we've heard... Didn't we hear something about the queen of the... Not the full moon in this case, but the dark moon? Was it called Dark Moon? Something like that, right? There was definitely some sort of reference to a potential queen of the Eternal City or something like that. Silver Mist. Sorcery. Huh. Well, I have a feeling that we'll encounter this specific sorcery at a certain point as well. Okay. Then let's go back to the Cathedral of Dragon Communion. Honestly, at this point, I do want to know what'll happen to your character if you do the whole Dragon Communion stuff too much. Oh, I got a new one. Amidst the roar of Elder Dragon Greyol. That's the one that I killed, right? That uses 2 slots, okay. Needs 17 Arcana, that's a bit unfortunate. Superior Incantation of Dragon Communion. Channels the power of Greyol, the Elder Dragon, an incantation of legendary status. So Greyol, Elder Dragon. Wonder what the significance behind an Elder Dragon is as well. So he was lying in Dragon Barrel. I mean, he was clearly still alive, yet almost dead as well. Or at least very weak. Transforms caster into a dragon to emit a terrible roar, reducing the attack power and defense of nearby enemies. Not only do I wonder if this works on bosses, I also wonder... Why do I hear an enemy? Was he just making rounds through the church? Okay. I wonder how potent something like this would be on bosses, to be honest. Grail was the mother of all dragons. Oh, it was a female. Dwarfing all who stood before her like a looming mountain. I wonder if that's meant literally in this case as well. Mother of all dragons. If that means that she was... Who died? I wonder if that means that she was actually like truly the mother of all dragons, or if that's more of a she was protective of the other dragons. Or were the dragons that exist in this world actually birthed from her? Let's get it. And let's get this one as well. Hasn't necessarily changed anything, right? I mean, I look more and more, I don't know, my eyes changed, right? So I have, like, dragon eyes now, I guess? Well, he's called Hunter of Bloody Fingers, but he is also the one that's constantly commenting on Dragon Communion potentially being a bad thing. Why?
You must not forget those who
Okay, he's still saying the same thing. How many dragon hearts have I consumed now? I think it's like 10 or something. With these 5 that I've just eaten. Either 9 or 10, something like that. Strange. I don't know. I wonder if there's actually something that happens with that, or if it's just... I don't know, a visual change. I mean, it doesn't display any kind of buff or debuff anywhere. So, absolutely no idea, to be completely honest, what that could mean. The one big problem that I have with this is that Bloodborne teased me a bit too much with that. You know, in Bloodborne, the entire time the game sort of teases you with this, oh, you can become a beast yourself, right? If you go sort of inhuman, do inhuman stuff. And now I actually need to think back. How did it work in Bloodborne? There is something like that, but I think you can only really get it from... Was it the DLC? Maybe it was even without the DLC, I don't know. But you can sort of become a beast, but it felt like it was very underwhelming. You can do that, but I don't think... It has no impact on the story, I think. At least I'm actually 100% sure that it doesn't. And the transformation doesn't even last that long, I think. It's just like a minute or something. I think it's a very interesting PvP build. At least I've seen people use it in PvP, but yeah, I was honestly quite underwhelmed by the fact that you can't really permanently turn into a beast in Bloodborne, because the game was alluding to that, right? The game was alluding to the fact that, I think it's also something along the lines of killing your fellow hunters or something, right? If you kill too many fellow hunters, you can become a beast. And then there's also, isn't there like a, oh right, I think it's like a consumable item in Bloodborne that can turn you into a beast. But it's not really turning you into a beast, right? Not only is the effect not permanent, but it's also, as I said, quite underwhelming, all things considered. And I thought that it was something, right before I had seen what it actually does, I thought it was pretty cool. So, yeah, I don't think that Elden Ring is actually really going to... Well, first of all, I'm definitely not going to become an actual dragon, right? But, yeah, I'm just wondering whether or not you can have some negative and positive effects from this. If that's actually a thing, or if the game is just saying that to make it seem more mysterious. Oh well. Let's go to the 4 Belfries, and let's check out where the third teleporter is leading towards. I do need to remember to still do those floating ruins, right? Because I've already done the Church of Anticipation from the beginning of the game. But the second teleporter I didn't do so far. Those floating tornado ruins. Whatever the hell they are. Wait, so... This is still inactive, right? That's active. That's active. I thought I started at the top. Maybe I just ran past it or something. So this is Night Sky Unceasing. Also, did they change the look of the developer messages again? Or can the developer messages have different looks to them? Okay. Let's see where this goes. Oh, ha! Well, okay. That's, convenient, since I wanted to go here anyways. Okay, so, Okay, so it doesn't actually let you get to the Eternal City itself. This brings you towards the place that you see from over there, but somehow aren't really able to get to. That is interesting. Also, from this point, it looks as if these what I presume to be sort of special stones on the ceiling or something, I think it's actually sort of in the air. They seem to be particles where light's flowing through in the air. Okay, so am I supposed to jump down, I guess? So is this really just the small sort of section with like potentially different items in it or something? There's actually water down there. So this is like a big lake? Okay. There's one of those Dragonites there. I wonder how strong this guy is, because... Well, I've definitely fought a couple of them already. This would be rather interesting, though, if this is really the only place you can go with that teleporter. Not that I'm complaining, it's just... It's just rather interesting to me that one of the teleporters leads you to an entirely different area, right? That you presumably can't even access at all without using them. One leads you back to the literal beginning of the game for some reason. Which, I mean, it's cool that that exists. It's just really, really... I don't know. It's interesting how that's done, because the beginning parts of the game, they sort of just exist, right? They're sort of just there. They don't really do anything. Huh. Similar to this, right? This is just a mottled necklace, okay? This is a place that you can see. You can also see this enemy, so you know that you can eventually go there. Yet at the same time, I don't know. I mean, this is also quite a small section, right? And then it has this weird rock to it as well, where you have to jump down to get here. I can even use my horse. I didn't even realize. Oh yeah, I jumped down on the wrong side of the platform. Is there any point to going back up that rock? Not necessarily. Why the fuck can you use your horse, though? Is this like a boss encounter? Oh, fuck. Thought I might be able to sneak up on him. Forgot about the timing there. Oh, fuck. Okay, now we changed. What's wrong with my fucking timings? God. What is that? I think that's what you can get from him, huh? Oh, okay. He has different stuff as well. Why is the timing on that so much weirder compared to the other guys? Maybe I should just, you know... Because as long as he do... That actually hit me. Bonk. Gonna take a while. See, this is why most fights are actually pretty bad in Elden Ring. It's because it just takes like a million years to actually do something against them. Against enemies, I mean. At least I remembered that timing. Wait, what? Huh? I thought I was getting the... What? All of the other guys... What? All of the other ones always dropped the thing that they were using. I thought I was going to get the whatever weird egg fire thing he was using there. Wait, what exactly is the point of this then? Is it literally just for that one, what I presume to be a talisman? Yeah, this guy. Mottled necklace. Raises robustness, immunity, and focus. A vividly colored accoutrement? Precious to the ancestral followers. Said to be a budding horn, the ancestral followers believe that the horns of a long-lived beast continue to bud like antlers over and over again until the beast one day becomes an ancestral spirit. Oh, that's the same description as this thing. What? Are you kidding me? This can't be the only thing that you can do here. Right? I mean, what? Huh? There is also no other place to jump down to. At least I don't think so. There isn't even a place to, like, or a way to go back. You're really just stuck here, I guess, until you decide to potentially go somewhere else and teleport away. Also can't get back up, I think. Or would there be a way to jump down? Nah. Is this it? Are you kidding me? Is this literally the only thing that you can do here? Or am I... Maybe there's more that you can do when you, when I'm properly coming back to the Eternal City? Through the quest that I still need to do? This really can't be it, right? Because that would be very, very underwhelming compared to the other two places. I mean, not that you can literally do that much with, when you go back to the Church of Anticipation. That's so weird, though. You get 3 teleporters, all being activated with the same key that seems to be fairly rare and hard to find. And yet, only one of the 3 actually leads you to a worthwhile place. How strange. Well, I mean, at least I looked at everything, huh? So let's actually go back to Fort Farith and continue through Caelid. How weird indeed. Alright, let me take a look at the upper path first, and then I'm gonna move on towards the tree, I think. Right, because there's like this smaller upper path that I want to check out. Then I'm gonna take a look at the tree. So it doesn't look like this path actually has any interesting things on it. Some weird reason. Wait. No, never mind. I don't think it actually was the upper path. This is the upper path, I think. And then there's yet another one down there for some reason. There's also a site of grace there. Oh, I see. Okay, so there is also a section that sort of goes below the bridge there as well. don't really want to fight you guys at this point. I fought you guys plenty of times already. Okay, so this mainly leads to the Earth Tree, and here we can fight that other Guardian Spirit. Okay, makes sense. I think some of them fell down somewhere. Okay, I have the fire pots, I have the flame sling. Should be easy enough to do. They're also stuck in the ground here. I do have to say, right, once you've like done that a couple of times and fought them a couple of times as well, it's just, yeah, you're sort of just riding by them, right? Because it doesn't necessarily feel like you gain anything by really fighting them. That is rather unfortunate, I feel like. Oh, for fuck's sake. I just want to know... Oh, that's actually another mage tower up there. And that looks like another one of those rot dragons. I don't... You think that's going to be another, like, actual boss fight, though? Would be really strange if it was. Why did you already see me? Are you fucking kidding me? Whatever. Oh, I should probably do this. Huh. Holy shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Okay. Oh, I forgot that that was a thing here. Yeah. I should have known. Obviously, this thing also has rot. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. Wait. Do you still have... Yeah, I do have this still. Well, the problem... I really don't like how rot works. The fact that the actual sort of application of the rot itself is already causing a bunch of damage. That's just kind of strange. Okay, let's try finding this guy on horseback. Oh, oopsie. Might actually be somewhat of a viable strategy, unless of course you're just kind of stuck in a fucking tree. Fuck, I was really confused as to what the fuck I was even trying to do. Why are things suddenly dealing... That can't just be because of my fucking eye thing, right? Well, he is gone. Ah, for fuck's sake. Oops. I made a huge mistake. Well, this might take some time. I forgot to equip my fucking spells to the right button. Oh, wait, there's more. What the fuck? Yeah, I should definitely swap my staff to the correct place in my inventory. Wait, so he can do this summon thing multiple times? Is that what he was doing there? God, I hate to swap this around so much. Every goddamn time you have to swap it back. Okay, let's summon him again. Let's do this. This. I think this should be fine. Well, 200's not too bad. I hate how easily you can get stuck on things. Also, why is the fucking horse depleting my own stamina? That actually hit my horse. That is such an awkward animation, because it looks like he gets, like, teleported a few places sort of in front of him. Oh, really? Well, that was bullshit. And, of course, he's immediately doing that bullshit as well. Okay. That attack is just annoying, to be honest. Especially dumb how many of those projectiles he actually fires. Fucking hell, I pressed the fucking circle button. Oh, of course. And now he's gonna jump up again. I knew it. Fun, fun, fun! You always have to bait out all of his attacks as well. That is so, like, boring. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's also quite weird that the game just gives you... Like, the horse is like an additional health bar. I mean, I guess that's why they sort of make it so that it requires an additional flask to get it, right? To get it back once it dies, but that's still just kind of weird, to be honest. Are you fucking... I hate his attack so much. Because he has like this big swipe that'll always hit you while you're on horseback. Just because the horse doesn't get any iframes. Well, this was boring. Are you fucking kidding me? That thing dropped 109,000 runes? Stone Barb cracked tier. Okay, something is definitely not right here. So it feels like, you know, if you're looking on the map of Caelid, right? It feels like most of Caelid is sort of on my level, including Radahn. And that sort of big, spectacular boss fight, right? But it feels like everything sort of, excluding this Everjail, for whatever reason this still counts for Celia, even though it's up on top of the cliffs. But everything here, right, sort of, if you do, like, if you say Dragon Barrow, so sort of including the encounter that you can have here. So this, the Divine Tower, the giant dragon that I fought here, the Earth Tree, and most likely this guy in front of the Bestial Sanctum, they feel like they're sort of, I don't know, 20 levels above the rest of Caelid, for some awkward reason. No idea why. It seems completely random. At least it's, well, it doesn't seem completely random, right? It is as if the sort of whole Dragon Barrow part, once you get to this stage of Caelid, it feels as if this is, I don't know, a place where you're supposed to come back later, right? But the weird part is, you need to, so you kill Radahn, and then you obviously want to go to the Divine Tower next. Yet this place feels like I'm supposed to go somewhere completely different and then return here. Almost as if you're supposed to go to Nokron first and then go back here. Which is rather, really quite strange. I mean, well, I know that I have the eye equipped currently, so I am taking more damage compared to when I wouldn't have it equipped. But I don't know, it's also the amount of HP that this guy had, right? That's clearly more than what I'm currently supposed to fight against. Or at least feels like that. I mean, I still killed it. So go me, I guess, but my sort of strategy on horseback also felt rather boring and underwhelming. Okay, so I got this thing. Makes attacks more likely to break enemy stances in a mixed physique. It doesn't sound too bad. The resulting concoction makes one's attacks more likely to break enemy stances. However, the effect lasts only for a short time. Yeah, that's always the biggest drawbacks of these things, right? I feel like this effect should last almost as long as the shield. Although, well, I guess the shield is only one-time use, right? So it would definitely be overkill to have this for as long as the shield. The resulting concoction temporarily boosts all forms of damage negation. That might not be too bad, honestly. When I think about that, it currently uses or has a shield. I could go for like a full defensive setup instead of getting back FP. I could do this, maybe? I don't know. So this leads up to... I need to remember that. So I need to take the lower path as well. So there is like a lower path here that leads sort of below the bridge and to whatever this is, and to the smaller bridge down here. And you can come back up. But then clearly there's also something here, right? So we have these lightning things again. Bloom. And then it looks as if there is yet another dragon up here. Some awkward reason. Well, he might be dead as well. I'm not too sure about it. He looks dead, doesn't he? And then this path leads towards the tower. Okay, well, there was another side of grace down below on the other path. Yeah, this thing looks dead, to be honest. Oh, this literally just leads to a graveyard. Never mind. I was expecting to find another side of grace. I don't really want to trigger some sort of special encounter or something. Oh. Okay, so there is a dragon on the bridge then. Well, that makes sense. At least there is some sort of dragon somewhere. Well, then again, I don't necessarily want to fight another one of those dragons. I'm just a bit confused why there is no side of grace here. Feels like there should be, right? Unless I've somehow missed it, but I don't think I have. Yeah, this thing is dead. It does bleed still, though. There are a couple of sites of grace below the bridge. Okay, so kind of makes me think that that's the way how you're supposed to approach this whole area. Not over the big bridge, but the small bridge, and then sort of loop back around on the back side of it. Makes sense. Is there no one here? Usually there's some type of enemy with these graveyards. Can you fucking pick up the item? God, I hate this so much. There are just all of these kind of weird things all over the place where it just feels like a couple of pieces have been really not properly tested. Okay, so we have this tower here. I guess, well, that's good because it means that I'm essentially done with this entire upper part. Obviously, at one point, I do want to check out whether or not there's something else important on the bridge itself. But that means that I need to continue this downward path. So let me actually get back to Fort Farith, level a bit, and then just unlock the Site of Grace on the downward path. Because it does feel somewhat uncomfortable to ride around with this many runes. Okay, Also, just the sheer amount. I mean, I think I have the gold scarab equipped, right? So the amount of runes was increased slightly. But considering that the big dragon that had, I don't know, 70,000 HP, right? Dropped 90,000 runes. And now this guardian spirit thing dropped 109,000 runes. As a normal boss enemy that I've fought multiple times already, I just think that's weird. I mean, yes, it was dealing quite a lot of damage, and it definitely was on sort of the higher end of, in terms of HP pools that I've encountered so far. Yet, at the same time, I also think that it was just, yeah, I don't really know, honestly. It's just a bit strange. What I could do is actually I level Arcane to 17, which would give me the option to use the other dragon thing that I bought. I don't really know whether or not I want to do that though, because I kind of need to level other stuff first. Man, honestly, if I had the option, right, if it wouldn't cost that many runes, I would like Vigor to be at least at 40, Mind probably be at least at 30 or something, considering that the sheer amount of FP, although, well then again, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could change one of the flasks over to also be an FP replenishing flask. I could do that. But having more FP in general also means that you don't need to use the flask immediately, right? Which, like, using flasks during an encounter is annoying. I could go with more endurance, though, as I said, the problem is that I would really like to switch up the armor that I'm wearing, but at the same time, I don't really feel like any kind of armor that I have in my inventory would really be worth switching to, unfortunately. Obviously, I could increase... Yeah, but that's the thing, right? I mean, increasing my attack power, I don't necessarily think that's the thing that I want to do right now. Because if I find one of those somber smithing stones that I'm missing, the number 7, right? I could literally upgrade my weapon 3 times, which would probably give me an insane amount of damage, at least on my weapon. Obviously, I could increase intelligence, which would let me scale my sorceries better, right? So the sorcery that I'm using for the most part would obviously deal more damage with more intelligence. So that's a thing that I could keep in mind, I guess. Considering the sheer amount of damage that enemies are dealing to me, I think I'm going to go with Vigor to 40, especially considering that I'm almost there already, right? With the amount of runes that I still have in my inventory, I think I could literally level once more, and then it's only 2 missing levels to 40. And after that, I can still think about increasing my intelligence. Yeah. So let's actually do that first. Should I swap my staff back? Probably. Almost makes me wish I had another one of the same staff. Just so that I wouldn't have to constantly switch between my quote-unquote horse setup and the not horse setup. Honestly, I don't really know why they don't let you use... Like, that's yet another thing that is sort of inconsequential, right? Why put so much stuff in the... so much stuff in the game that really heavily emphasizes two-handed use, or not two-handed use, but using something in both hands, right? I feel like the game really heavily pushes that and incentivizes it. Especially with the sheer amount of different stuff that you can find. Yet, at the same time, they don't allow you to then use that same setup on your horse. For whatever reason, it doesn't really make any sense. Also, I don't know. Honestly, the amount of dragons that you can encounter here, I don't want to say that it invalidates the other dragons, but it certainly, I don't know, so far, right, up until this point, dragons were these pretty spectacular encounters, right? Not that great in terms of gameplay, but certainly good in terms of... Oh, never mind. I didn't even realize that. So from this point, I would have also been able to move to... Wait, where the fuck was I going? Huh. On this path, there are also these guys. So there's multiple... It's actually quite cool how they've done this, right? Okay. At least the jump worked in this particular instance. Okay, now I get why the Site of Grace is down here, because there's multiple paths that you can take up and down the whole structure. Oh, there's a small bear here. Huh. What are you doing? Don't attack me, I don't want to kill you. Wait. Who the hell fell down somewhere? Somebody clearly fell down. And we have a cave. It's been a while. Dragon Barrow Cave. Why do I have a feeling there's going to be another dragon at the end of this? Well, hopefully not, because a dragon fight in a cave would be... Unless they make it, like, really, really big. It would probably be really annoying. Dragon Barrow Cave, okay. It's not the cave that this statue is pointing towards, though. That's definitely going to be interesting to find out where that thing points. I was just thinking if... I maybe forgot something else, but... let's actually take this as sort of a last place. Not the most spectacular image ever, but certainly an interesting one. Tells a lot of stories. Also, I hear something breathing. It's a bit unnerving, but alright. Well, honestly, I didn't expect this last part of Caelid to take as long as it did. Obviously I don't mind that, right? The longer it takes, the better in a way, because that means there's just a bunch of content. I'm honestly quite confused why there's such a big gap in enemy strength between the rest of Caelid and Dragon Barrow. Feels kind of random. I mean, honestly, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It is an open world game, after all. I could just go somewhere else as soon as I realized, oh, hey, these enemies are somewhat stronger. And I mean, I did, right? I turned my back on the Divine Tower basement and went somewhere else. So that's an option you have, though the biggest reason why I did that is actually because of the bugginess of my spirit summon in that particular boss fight, which kind of, I don't know, for me personally, things like that always kind of destroy motivation in a way, right? Because, well, you're sort of looking forward to the fight, you're looking forward to the boss, and then bullshit is happening. And yes, obviously, I could try other summons, I could do it on my own. There are multiple ways to do it, obviously, but I really, really hate it when you have to change your preferred, I don't know, playstyle, if you want, simply because the game's buggy, right? That's a really unfortunate thing, and obviously something that shouldn't happen. And yeah. It's really rather quite unfortunate. That being said, though, the rest of Caelid is really interesting. Yeah, the increase in enemy strength is just kind of weird and random, but there's just so much stuff. Right now, I found the second part of the medallion. I found the third key for the 4 belfries, although that turned out to be, at least as of now, just a very small area. I don't know if that gets expanded if I actually go back to Nokron. No idea. Yeah, it's just... Honestly, Elden Ring, after all this time that I've already spent in the game, it still feels quite overwhelming at certain times. Because every time that you think that, oh, you know, I'm getting close to the end of Caelid. Oh, I'm, you know, actually progressing this or that part of the game, or this quest or that. It seems like every time you think you've actually done something, even more stuff opens up, right? It sort of keeps going and going and going, and that's quite crazy. I mean, I know that I specifically make it a point for me personally to progress through these games slowly, right? To think about, well, what happened, to think about the design choices that they've done, and I don't know, but it's still quite... I mean, when I compare it to other games that I've played as well, I mean, now I'm also streaming it, so that corresponds naturally to, you know, it taking longer. But still, the fact that I'm like 160 hours into the game and it still takes me ages to do stuff. I mean, I thought that, you know, last time I was actually progressing quite a lot through Caelid in a couple of hours, right? And I thought that, surely the rest of it can't take that long. I was kind of expecting to be completely finished with Caelid at this point, but the fact that there's this cave still, there's the dragon on the bridge, there is another one of those magical towers, and then I also still need to deal with that weird black angel-looking thing in front of the beast clergyman's abode, whatever that is, right? And then I probably want to go back to the Divine Tower as well. Maybe, you know, depending on how annoying that is, maybe I'll progress with the quests first, because that just leads me back to a place I've already been to, because I have a feeling as soon as I'm gonna actually take the elevator up to the Elder's Plateau, that's gonna be another huge part, right? Because that's going to be another new entire zone. And that's actually been the most overwhelming part of Elden Ring so far for me. Every time that you enter another zone, right? When I came to Caelid, when I got to Liurnia, there is just so much space that you need to traverse and so many things to look at and so many places to visit. yeah, it honestly can get quite overwhelming. And I would have never thought that Elden Ring would be this big, right? I mean, obviously they're doing a bunch of stuff that they didn't do in past games, where they're definitely reusing assets and stuff a lot more. Or not, well, assets the wrong word, but there is certainly a bit more repetition in a couple of things compared to their previous games, because that's just in the nature of an open world game. I'm not saying that that's bad per se. It's about how you do it. And I think so far they've actually done a pretty good job with that, right? Every time that you think, oh, you know, this is a divine tower, I've already been to one, I sort of know what to expect. And then suddenly this divine tower has a place to drop down to. Even if there was a bunch of bullshit involved where they're sort of breaking their own rules in terms of fall damage and how it works, or how it's supposed to work, that was kind of bullshit. But aside from that, the fact that the Divine Tower was completely different sort of in its structure and in what you're able to do within it, that's pretty awesome, right? So they do change it up. Even these tree spirit guardian things in front of the minor earth trees, they're sort of the same, but, you know, one of them utilizing rot in this particular instance also made it different, right? Just with the dragon that utilizes rot. I'm saying different, it's not necessarily always fun, right? Like, the addition of rot to the dragon was a bit bullshitty because the AoE was so expansive. You pretty much had to fight him on horseback, which I felt like wasn't the best thing. I mean, that's mainly an issue with the horseback combat as well. But, yeah, just, wow. The stuff that Elden Ring has is quite... Though, yeah, I do have to say, I do agree with Joseph Anderson's sentiment. I feel like, in certain minor ways, don't get me wrong, I'm really, really talking about sort of minor things here and there. But, for example, that Everjail that I did earlier with the sorcerer from Celia, that was sort of unnecessary, right? You could have cut that. There could have literally been nothing on the map at that particular point. And it potentially would have been better. Because that Everjail was, not only was it really boring to do, it was really easy to do, and it dropped something completely useless. So, there are a bunch of things. The spirit summons are definitely a big problem, where I feel like they weren't really implemented properly at all. I mean, that's a discussion for another time, I feel like, but yeah, there's just way too many of them, and, well, the AI issues is something else as well, but at the end of the day, it's just there are way too many spirit summons. I feel like it would have been better had they concentrated on a couple and maybe introduced some sort of more specialized upgrade material to where you can maybe enhance your capabilities or something, right? Rather than just putting, I don't know, 20, 30, I don't even know how many there are of these spirit summons into the game that ultimately 95% of them you will never use, right? Because they're not very distinct from one another. That's a bit unfortunate. Oh well. That's going to be it for now. I'm really looking forward to continuing with Elden Ring, but there is one big caveat. So, instead of doing a second stream today, usually my Sunday streams are a bit shorter, but I'll have two. But instead of doing a second Elden Ring stream today, I think I'm actually going to stream Final Fantasy XIV again. Look at the patch notes of 6.1, because I've not done that up until this point. Look at the patch notes, talk about that a little bit, maybe have a little bit of a discussion about certain aspects of 14, what they did well, what I'm really looking forward to with 6.1, but also what potentially isn't as good. I'm probably going to do another Elden Ring stream tomorrow, since the servers for 14 are going to be down anyways for maintenance for the new patch. But then it's going to be a big 14 week, right? With all the new content, all the new stuff that's coming with 6.1. And then I'm going to include 14 a bunch more in the stream again as well, because, well, obviously there's going to be new PvP stuff that I really want to take a look at and potentially get the rewards from the seasons and stuff, because they're overhauling PvP and stuff. I'm going to get into it when I look at the patch notes. But yeah, that's going to be the second stream for today. More Elden Ring tomorrow, and then it's going to be all 14 for patch 6.1. And also, considering that in 2 weeks the new Ultimate will release in 14 as well, I'm definitely going to stream that as well. I hate the fact that I still can't stream Discord audio on the PS5. That's just unfortunate, but I do want to stream our progression just for myself as well, to be able to look back at it, to be able to discern what we maybe did well or what I did well, or how I could change certain things. So that's also going to be very, very interesting. And yeah, so there's going to be a bunch more Final Fantasy 14 on the channel, which will be kind of a problem, because I honestly didn't expect to play Elden Ring for this long. I mean, I like it. I don't have anything against it, but I still have so many other games that I want to play too. And now 14 gets its next update, and I still haven't finished Elden Ring. Yeah, so I need to figure out a way to deal with that, but oh well. So expect a bunch more 14 with the new stuff in 6.1, definitely. And then also, obviously, after that, I'll still play and stream a bit more 14 again as well. But then, you know, after sort of the initial launch week of 6.1, obviously I'm going to go back to Elden Ring and see what else awaits me. I honestly feel like I'm still very far away from the end of the game for some reason. Yeah. So that's going to be it. That's going to be the second stream for today as well. It's going to be Final Fantasy 14, looking at the patch notes, and then streaming our progression through T, because I don't really have anything else that I could stream in 14, because currently, you know, we're waiting for the new content, obviously. But yeah, I'm also going to take a bit of a break here because I still need to eat something, and yeah, patch note reading. Well, there's a bunch of things that I can talk about, obviously. Well, I can always talk about patch notes for hours and hours on end, but I'm trying to restrict it to 2 or something today. But yeah, that's going to be it. Hopefully you had a lot of fun watching. I had a lot of fun playing and streaming, and hopefully you'll be here, if not for 14, then for the next Elden Ring stream. So, have a good rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Hope to see you on the next one. Bye-bye!